Good morning, McGuanago, and welcome back to our 2026 First Robotics Competition and this year's challenge Rebuilt, presented by Haas. We had a great day of qualification matches yesterday, and we thank you for all of your gracious professionalism on and off the field during yesterday's competition. Regardless of how today plays out, just remember that today and this season are part of a much larger journey that we are all on. First isn't all just about the competition, it's about preparing you for your future and building a community of leaders and preparing you to tackle the world's biggest challenges. It is inspiring to think about the impact that all of you will have on the world. The first team members gain access to education, career and discovery opportunities such as industry certifications, internships, and scholarships. To learn more about all of the ways to make the most of your first experience at firstinspires.org/alumni. To make first events run smoothly, it takes many dedicated volunteers. It's a lot of work, but also a lot of fun. And we can always use more volunteers. So if you want to, you can come join the fun and volunteer at an upcoming event. Let us show your appreciation to the terrific volunteers at this event. We would also like to give special recognition to some of our special volunteers. In the blue shirts, please welcome all of our judges, led by judge advisors Kristen Flickinger and Matt Doherty. The judges are all looking forward to hearing your stories and your successes and your challenges. This is a distinguished group of people from companies and organizations where you may want to work someday even, so it's a great time to network with a lot of people. We'd also like to welcome back all of our hardworking referees. We do have a reminder from our FTA to please remember not to step over these guardrails when they are closed at any point during the competition. And please keep your Wi-Fi and hotspots turned off on your laptops. This will help to keep everyone safe and make sure that the field is running on time, that we don't have any interference with the robots and communications. And of course, this competition is only possible with the support of our local partners. Here to say a few words as we open the day, please welcome our McGuanago High School Principal, Stephanie Blue.
There we go. Thanks. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to McGuanago High School. My name is Stephanie Blue, and I have the privilege of serving as the principal here at MHS. It is wonderful to welcome all the students, mentors, families, sponsors, and volunteers who have joined us today. Today is really a celebration of education, technology, and community. Robotics brings all three together in such an incredible way. Through experiences like this, students aren't just learning engineering and design, they're also developing things we'd want every student to graduate from high school with, which is critical thinking, collaboration, communication, and perseverance. These are skills that will help them succeed no matter what path they choose in the future. I feel incredibly fortunate to be part of a community that values programs like our robotics team, Team 930. Our community understands that supporting opportunities like robotics is really an investment in our students. It's an investment in curiosity, in creativity, problem solving, and supporting future leaders that we know one day will help us support or shape our world. To our students, remember that every achievement starts with curiosity and the courage to take on challenges that other people might shy away from. The skills that you're developing through robotics are preparing you to solve problems, lead others, and help create futures. Every obstacle you overcome and every lesson you learn is shaping the person you are becoming. To our mentors, thank you for investing your time, knowledge, and passion in these students. Your willingness to teach, encourage, and inspire others opens doors that will have an impact on their lives long after today's event is over. To our families, thank you for every ride, every early morning, every competition, and every word of encouragement. Your support has given these students the opportunity to dream big and accomplish incredible things. The greatest accomplishments are never achieved alone. They happen when schools, families, businesses, mentors, and an entire community believe in young people and invest in their potential. That's exactly what makes Mukwonago and so many of your communities special places. As you compete and collaborate through today's events, remember that this is more than about robots. It's about learning to solve problems, embrace challenges, think creatively, and discover what is possible when talented people work together toward a common goal. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting these incredible students and this incredible event. And once again, we want to welcome you to Mukwonago High School. We hope you thoroughly enjoy your time here today.
Thank you, Stephanie, for those wonderful words. Just a brief update on today's schedule. This morning, we're going to be finishing up our qualification matches, starting off with our first qualification of the match being a replay of yesterday's match 28, since we had the field fault, and then we'll get right back to our regularly scheduled programs. Then we're going to go into our alliance selections, where the top 8 teams, we're going to pick 2 alliance partners for the playoff tournament. After that, we'll have a lunch break, and we'll begin our playoff rounds, presenting awards between rounds of the matches, and we'll end the competition with a final closing and awards ceremony. We've got a lot planned for today, and it's going to be an exciting day. So remember, safety first. As you see Jerry popping up on that screen, reminding you to wear your safety glasses, right? It's very important to do. Before we begin, we'd like to play our national anthem. Please rise. And with that, we're going to get the robots on the field to begin our matches for the day. Thank you.
Good morning, MROC. Thank you again for joining us today. Hope you're having a good morning. We're going to start this morning with qualification 28. We're going to do a replay from yesterday. Then we'll move into our last remaining 12 qualification matches. We're going to pick up at qual 38, play to 49, alliance selection. We'll go to lunch, and then our playoffs this afternoon. Ryder, do you want to take us through the rankings right now? Tell us who's in those captain positions.
Yeah, I would love to. So in our number 1 position, we have Team 1306, Badgerbots. Our number 2 position, 6574, Ferrodermis. Our number 3 position, 1714, More Robotics. Our number 4 position, 1732, Hilltopper Robotics. In our number 5 position, 1259, Paradigm Shift. In our number 6 position, 8701, Graffiti. In our number 7 position, 1220, Rockhoppers. And then in our number 8 position, 93, New Apple Core.
Aaron, do you see any surprises there, or maybe things that we expected going into this weekend?
So, yeah, in there you definitely have a lot of those powerhouse Wisconsin teams from this year of 1306, 1714, 1732, 1259 in there. Got a couple surprises in there, 1220. They've really done a lot of work into the robot. You have 8701, Graffiti. 93's put a really good robot together this year, that big dumper style archetype. So really happy to see some changes here than what I was expecting. But hey, it's MROC. You don't know what you're going to expect.
Absolutely. I think that's the magic of the offseason. Don't worry, though. We still have qualifications remaining. Every team has about 2 more matches to play, so the rankings can still shake up. You know, nothing is settled until that last qualification match is done. Anyways, I think we're ready for our first qual, and we're going to send it back to the field.
All right, it's time to reintroduce our teams for match 28, starting with our host team, 930.
From right here at McGuanago High School, that's the McGuanago Bears.
And they are joined by the power of 6381.
Proudly representing Sheboygan, Wisconsin, Red Raider Robotics.
And rounding out this awesome alliance, it's going to be Team 3596.
It's not rocket science, it's Rocket Robotics.
Jogging on over to the blue side of the field, we're going to start off with Team 8701.
Winners of the Wind District Lakeland event, that's Graffiti from Greendale.
And facing off against their sister team, it's 9990.
Also from right here in McGuanago, that's the Maguana Dos Bears.
And finally, let's give it up for Team 6574.
Currently seated number 2 from Whitewater, Wisconsin, Ferrodermis.
We're going to get this match going right away in 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go, replay of qualification match number 28. 3 robots in the middle, 930 in the red bumpers making their way back to the red zone, trying to get fuel up in that hub, maybe not exiting their robot quite properly. But 6574 showing off why they're currently seated number 2, looking to stay there or even move up in the rankings. They're going to have the advantage here as drivers step up and take the controls. Quickly, that tough defense from the Rocket Robotics machine in red, trying to disrupt Ferrodermis as they collect fuel in the center of the field. Red has the first active shift. Looks like Red Raider Robotics, 6381, motionless in the center of the field. We'll see if they're able to reconnect here and contribute as their partners 930 making their way under the red trench, taking aim in front of the hub, launching a stream of fuel up, but they are getting pushed around by Graffiti. They're playing some tough defense as well. Now it's time for blue, 65-74, taking shelter under that blue trench, launches fuel up and in, getting pinned there by Rocket, but continuing to score. Meanwhile, their partners, Maguana Dos Bears, with that high stream of fuel coming out of that turret mechanism, contributing to the score. And with that, the Blue Alliance has earned the energized rank point, getting 100 fuel into that hub. A spray of fuel from 930 now course correcting, launching up into the active red hub. But again, Graffiti is relentless. They are pushing and shoving 930 out of their spot. Without a turret mechanism, 930 needs to be lined up to that hub, and Graffiti is doing a good job of disrupting them. We had under a minute left to play here in qualification match 28. Here comes Ferrodermis and Maguana Dos Bears. Some heavy hitting coming in from 6381, who's back in action now. A little bit of double defense going on for the Red Alliance. But Blue Alliance still holding about an 80-point lead as we near the end game period. 99-90 in the center of the field. They're filling up that big hopper full of fuel, while their partner, 65-74, taking a few long shots from near that blue tower. That's a protected zone here at the end of the match. They're going to continue to try to pull this lead further. Meanwhile, 930 getting contacted on their red tower by Graffiti, trying to launch a few more fuel in for them. As we head under the last 10 seconds, some last-second shots coming in here for two of our Blue Alliance robots with 3, 2, 1... That's the end of qualification match 28. All right, scores are in for qualification match 28. This one's going home to the Blue Alliance. 144 to Red's 94. Some penalty points there for Red, but not enough to overtake that blue lead. That is going to keep Ferrodermis locked into the number 2 seed and Graffiti in number 6.
Replay of qualification match 28 in the books, and we are back on track to qual 37 now. Gentlemen, what do we think on that one?
Overall, yeah, it really good replay. Happy to able to get everyone back into kind of seeing that game mode of, hey, we had an issue with the last match. Let's throw it back. Let's make sure everything's equal for everyone, just to see how that match should be played out if everything's equal.
Definitely. It's always good to see that teams are getting a fair chance on the field, so I'm glad we were able to get that replay done. Ryder, what are your thoughts from that match?
Number 2 seed in Ferrodermis and the number 6 seed in Graffiti holding their position strong, and that's what teams have to do this morning. They have to hold their ability to remain as captains or potentially as first picks of those upper alliances.
So
it's going to be good for them.
Really impactful for 65-74 and 87-01. They got those 3 rank points for that match. With that, they end up seeing Ferrodermis stays at Alliance 2, and 8701 is hops up to 6 right there. So overall, keeping their rank order as we wrap up these matches today. That's what we're going to be watching, right? Where are the rankings? Who's going to pick who? And we'll see how it shakes out.
Great. We definitely have an exciting day coming for us. So we're going to hop it back to the field for qualification match 38.
We're going to keep things moving along here and start introducing our teams for the next match, starting with qualification match number 38 and team 9992.
From Oak Creek, Wisconsin, Square Chair Robotics.
They're going to be joined by team 9993.
Proudly representing Appleton, Newer Apple Core.
And finally on the Red Alliance, we've got team 1259.
They're changing the minds of people around them one paradigm shift at a time. That's Paradigm Shift.
Let's find out who they're going to be facing in this match, starting with team 1792.
The other team from Oak Creek, Wisconsin, that's Round Table Robotics.
Rocketing up those rankings is team 3596.
Once again, from South Milwaukee High School, that's Rocket Robotics.
And finishing up this alliance, it's 6318.
Who built that machine? 6318. That's FE Freedom Engineers.
All right, we're ready to get started with our first qualification match of today. Let's get this going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Back on schedule, qualification match 38. Autonomous period begins. 12:59 for red, heads out into the neutral zone. 17:92 for blue. Both tall robots over the bumps, but with turret mechanisms to stay aimed into those hubs. It's dead even right now, but here comes a stream of fuel from the Oak Creek machine in blue bumpers, and that's going to pull the Blue Alliance out to the advantage here as drivers take the controls. Blue taking advantage of the transition period to score some more points. Now it's red's turn to make up that difference. 12:59 looks like they might be beached on some fuel, trying to get off. Square Chair also up on end. So right now, Newer Apple Core is the only red robot with all 4 wheels on the carpet. Freedom Engineers trying to collect some fuel, probably trying to keep Square Chair up in air. Here comes Oak Creek, 1792. Taking advantage. They've got a lot of fuel in that hopper, a lot of point potential, and they are sinking them into that active blue hub. Already up to 90 points. With a couple more fuel, they will earn a first ranking point. 12:59 able to get off those fuel they were beached on. And now they're making their way back to the red zone. They've got a hopper full of fuel. Here comes the stream. Points going up and in into that active red hub. They were behind for a bit, but they are quickly closing the gap on the Blue Alliance. Now just about 20 points separating these two alliances. 12:59's got the hopper capacity to make that up in one good volley. But Oak Creek, 1792, round table, they're going to try to extend that blue lead. Fuel going up and in to the active blue hub as we head down to a 40 seconds left of the match. Blue's walking away with a ranking point no matter what. Red is going to try to secure that as well here as we approach the end game period. A few errant shots from 12:59. Now they're locked into that red hub. Just 6 fuel shy of that first RP threshold. As 12:59 trying to collect some of that fuel they've got stockpiled there. 13 seconds left in the match. Back into the center of the field is Paradigm Shift, while 1792's on but motionless over in the blue side of the field. Qualification match 38 is coming to an end. Scores are in. Let's take a look who's going to walk away with the victory. It's going to be your Blue Alliance. Score of 138 to Reds 96. Taking home 4 ranking points with the win of qualification match 38.
Another great match and our first official qualification match of the day underway. We've got about 10 matches left before Alliance selection. Gentlemen, what do we think?
Yeah, let's dig into it. So in here, let's go into initial auto. Let's start this. We're going to skip ahead about 10 seconds here. Just see what it shakes out to be. With this, you really have 1792 here. They get their full hopper load, and they're starting to shoot from there. On the flip side, you kind of have some different hiccups there. 12:59 doesn't necessarily kind of hit that center fuel pile with their first go. They hit it with their second one, but that drastically impacts and changes that overall score.
For sure. And then going forward, even just another 20 seconds here, or just 10 seconds, we can see that with a 2 robots surfed on fuel and 1 robot seemed to be deactivated, just Blue Alliance is moving for the next about 30 seconds until Rocket from the Blue Alliance knocks 12:59 off of that beach. We see 12:59 jump back in here, only a score of 39 for Red at this point. They eventually get it back up to 90, in the 90s at the end, but wasn't enough to take this take this match.
Definitely a return of that consistent theme from this weekend, the robots surfing on that fuel. Personally, I was really glad to see 1792's Robot Atlas come back into the action for this match. They were having some shooting struggles yesterday, some good resilience shown this morning. It's a brand new day, and it's that kind of shooting that got them to that second seed position on the Johnson division at the first championship this year.
Definitely. No, it's happy to see that. You always like to see your robots actually work during, as they're intended, right? So all the hard work pays off at these competitions. So
For sure. Well, let's see what qualification match 39 has for us in store. We'll take it back to the field.
We're going to start introducing the teams for qualification match number 39, starting off with Team 706.
They're geared to fly. That's the Cyberhawks from Heartland.
They are joined by Team 6574.
They don't rust from Whitewater High School, Farah Dermis.
And finishing up this alliance, it's Team 2826.
Ride in the wave. That's Wave Robotics from Oshkosh.
Over on our Blue Alliance field, we're going to start off with Team 1091.
Who gets it done? 1091. That's Oriole Assault.
They are joined by the Green Machine of 8701.
Proudly representing Greendale, that's Graffiti.
And finishing off this Blue Alliance, it's going to be Team 11258.
A family community team from Middleton. Driving the robot Frodo is Honey Badgers.
We're green to start this match in 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match 39 begins. Autonomous period. Some cool spinning from the Honey Badgers out in the neutral zone on the blue side. Meanwhile, over on red, shots raining in from the Heartland Machine 706, as well as their partners, Baradermis. Lots of fuel going into that active red hub. Red Alliance already at 85 points. They only need 15 more to earn their first rank point, but they've got a lot more in their sights. Let's see if they can get a few during this transition period. Looks like instead they're going to begin to stockpile and get that fuel ready for their first active shift. But first, we have the blue active period. 8701. Two of their wheels up on some fuel. They'll be looking for some help from a partner to get them unstuck. Their partners, the Honey Badgers, shooting fuel out of that giant refrigerator-shaped robot, potentially going to push that into the human player station. Now attention turns to the red side of the field. 6574, locked and loaded. They're emptying that hopper up into the hub. Their partner, 706, trying to intake some fuel as well to join in the scoring action. 135 points are ready for your Red Alliance. That means no matter what, they're coming home with at least one ranking point. A few errant shots from 706 as they make their way back out to the neutral zone. Over on blue, some shots coming in from the human players. That may be where the majority of our blue fuel is getting scored. Honey Badgers pushing some in for the human players to take advantage of. Throwing them up, in, testing the skill of those humans. And as we had under a minute left, red is active. Here comes Ferrodermis. Facing some tough defense from 1091 Oriole Assault. With a fixed frame shooter, Ferrodermis needs to get set in one spot to shoot, and 1091's trying to prevent that from happening. However, their partners, Wave Robotics, with that turret mechanism, they've got themselves positioned in front of a bunch of fuel along that red alliance wall, and with 30 seconds left in this match, red trying to extend their lead even further. Fuel continuing to rain in from your superstar human players on either end of the field. Red with a pretty commanding lead here as we enter under the last 10 seconds. 1091 and blue bumpers positioning themselves near the tower, potentially looking for a climb, as qualification match 39 is over. Scores are in for qualification match 39. Red Alliance emerges victorious. Score of 156 to Blues 21. Taking home 4 ranking points. That's going to keep 65-74 solidly in the second position here as we get towards the end of our qualification matches.
Alrighty, we got some teams for this next match. Let's meet our first team on the Red Alliance. Let's get it started with 2202.
Representing Brookfield East and Central High Schools, that's Beast Robotics.
In the middle station, it is 10909.
From Edgewood High School of Sacred Heart, Cutting Edge.
Help me out with this one. What's better than robotics? 1714.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, driving the robot Flint for Robotics.
On the blue side, first driver station, it's going to be 2062.
Sporting the best links around, that's Core 2062.
In the middle station, please help me out with this one too. Who are we? 93.
From Appleton High School, New Apple Core.
As I miss a flag, on the last blue driver station, it's going to be 8531.
Driving the robot, Lil Jess from Whitefish Bay, Terminators.
Oh my goodness, we have thumbs up. Let's begin this match in 3, 2, 1, go!
Thumbs up, that's kind of what you want, though. More Robotics, 17-14. Quick dart into the neutral zone, now back, and a high volley of fuel coming in for Red, as well as their partners, Beast Robotics, 22-02. 93 now, hopping and surfing over some of those fuel. They are perfectly up in the air. They're going to look for some help from Core or the Terminators to help get them unstuck. But 17-14, trying to get another volley of fuel in during this 10-second transition period. That's going to extend their lead by about 30 points. Now it's Blue's time to shine. Core, 2062, fuel in their robot, looking to make their way underneath that blue trench, working around their partners, the Terminators. Now up and over the blue bump. They take aim. So does 93. Lots of fuel in that hopper. Overshooting just a little bit. They're going to course correct, but they're also facing some tough defense from Cutting Edge. Now Red is active. 17-14 already unloaded one hopper of fuel. Now looking to do a second, but they are facing defense from the Terminators. And 2062, two blue robots over there trying to disrupt 17-14. They're utilizing that red tower to line themselves up. And with that, they're already over 100 points here with 1:20 left to play in the match. Now it's Blue's turn to score. Here comes 93. Up and in from the Appleton machine. Nicely done. Core 2062 takes their turn now to score up into that active blue hub. Just a little bit shy of the 100-point threshold. 17-14 pinning 93 in that corner to prevent them from taking full advantage of the blue active period. Now, just like that, more Robotics already back on the red side for offense. Some good strategy here from the St. Thomas More machine, alternating offense and defense to try to rack up their own score as well as keep Blue at bay. But with 5 seconds left in Red's active period, they're only about 20 points up from Blue. Endgame period, 10-9-09 over trying to pin 93, but 93 is in a protected spot touching that blue tower. They've got a hopper full of fuel, and we have a tied match with 15 seconds left in this match. Core 2062 launches a couple in. Now human players for Red and Blue taking shots. This could come down to the human players, folks. Cutting Edge launching a couple in. Core doing the same. This is a very close match. We'll wait to see the final tallies here in just a moment. All right, that was a very close match, back and forth at the very end, but Red Alliance comes out on top, 142 to 132. Those last second shots from Cutting Edge may have made that difference. That's going to take 4 ranking points home with the victory for your Red Alliance.
Qualification 40 in the books. We're joined here by Ryder and Alex from Moore, their drive coach. Welcome to the live desk.
Yep.
Congratulations on an awesome season so far, an Einstein appearance at the first championship. Congratulations, that is awesome. We want to talk to you about that last match you just played. That was a little bit of a nail biter. We're going to go ahead and do some match replay here, and we're going to ask you some questions, just kind of curious what was going through your head.
Yeah, so game plan was really just make sure that we can line up against someone in auto that we could beat. So we lined up against 93 because we figured our trench would be faster than them over the bump. After that, it was just rebound and score over and over. We had 10-9-09, play some solid bump defense on 93. And, yeah, we just kept trying to score to the end. Had a little bit of intake damage, but, we started feeding the human players, and they really made the difference in that one.
Yeah, what I saw from you guys actually were playing a little bit of defense yourself before your intake broke, which I think is an interesting strategy for a score of your caliber. Why would you do that sort of strategy?
We saw that there were a lot of balls in the middle, and there wasn't a lot of balls in the blue zone, so we figured that if we spent time defending, we could always grab some balls on the way back and then just score that way, and then continue to get rebounds and all that stuff, and just keep scoring.
Awesome. Sounds great. Thank you so much, Alex. More Robotics, 3-time finalists here at MROC in the hunt to change that today and finally win that MROC title. We're going to send it back to the field for qualification match 41.
Dude, oh my. Now it goes. Let's redo this again. Second time doing that in this competition. All right, first team on red. 63-18.
From Freedom, Wisconsin, FE Freedom Engineers.
In the middle station, we have 99-92.
Out of Oak Creek, that's Square Chair Robotics.
Last team on the Red Alliance, it's going to be 63-81.
Beard the Beard, driving the robot Obsidian, that's Red Raider Robotics.
First team on blue, it's going to be 12-20.
From Divine Savior Holy Angels and Marquette University High Schools, Rockhoppers.
Second team is going to be 99-90.
Right here in Mukwonago, that's Mukwana Dos Bears.
Shifting over to our third driver station, it's going to be 12:59.
Out of Pewaukee High School, Paradigm Shift.
Alrighty, we got thumbs up for this match. Let's begin in 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go, autonomous period begins. All pre-programmed instructions, no human drivers. 12:59 and 99.90 into the neutral zone for blue. Fuel a little bit off its mark for 12:59. 99.90 launches a little bit off as well for them. But 63.18 getting some in for your Red Alliance. Last second shots there for the human players. Blue will have the advantage as drivers take the controls. 12:59, spraying fuel way up high in the air as transition period ends and red takes over for their first active shift. The Freedom Engineers tossing fuel up into that active red hub. Their partners, Square Chair Robotics, surfing up on some of the fuel there as 99.90 fills up that big hopper, getting ready for the blue active period, which is about to begin. Blue taking over, 12:20, taking shots up and in. We see Paradigm Shift shooting out on the field. Here comes the Mukwana Dos Bears with a steady stream of fuel, joined by their partners, the Rockhoppers. Good teamwork there. to extend the blue lead. Paradigm Shift making their way over that bump, tossing a fuel out into the queue for the next team to take advantage of. And now we shift back to red. Looks like Square Chair might be stuck up on that fuel. The Freedom Engineers trying to push them off and free them. Lots of fuel in Square Chair's robot. If they can get free, they can help contribute to that Red Alliance score. As we enter to a minute left to play here in match 41. Blue active period begins. Paradigm Shift pushing some fuel up and in for the human players to launch. They're trying to keep Red Raider Robotics away from the two scoring blue robots, 9990 and 1220. Fuel coming in from back in the corner out of the Rock Hoppers machine. 9990, lots of fuel in that robot. Can they take advantage with that turret mechanism, lock on to the active blue hub, and launch it up and in? Under 30 seconds now. Blue knocking on the door of 100 fuel scored. 1220. Looks like they got them over that edge. Nicely done by the Rock Hoppers. Meanwhile, red human players tossing fuel in from their station. 10 seconds left to play here. Blue looking to further their lead. 1220 shooting fuel up as qualification match 41 comes to an end. Blues are in for that last match. And it's going to be the Blue Alliance taking home the victory. Blue takes it 115-39 here for qualification match 41.
Hello? Hello? Alrighty. We got robots on the field. This match is going to be very important. We have 3 teams ranked in the top 10 fighting for picking positions later in the playoffs. Let's get this match started and meet our teams. First on the Red Alliance, we have 62-23.
Your 9th seed, Arsenal of Engineering.
In our middle station on the Red Alliance, it's going to be 87-01.
Your 7th seed, Graffiti.
Help me out with this one. What time is it?
It's the McGuanago Bears.
Alrighty. Coming over to the blue side. It's going to be 1792.
Round table Robotics.
In the middle station, we have 1306.
Your state finalists and the 1st seed, BadgerBots.
Last but not least on this blue alliance, it's going to be 5096.
The Teutonic Force.
Alrighty, we got thumbs up. Let's begin this match in 3, 2, 1, go!
Yay.
Maybe not. That's got to be like the 6th time they've got us down here on this field. Mitchell, how's your day going today?
That.
You know, while we are waiting, let's just give a quick round of applause to our field resetters. I mean, they are doing amazing today. They have been on it the whole competition. Huge gold star for them. Alrighty, let's run this again. 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match 42 starts with 930 and BadgerBots racing into the middle, both coming back with full hoppers, both going up. Round table came out into the middle, however they get stuck on some fuel. BadgerBots comes out for a second scoop. Same with 930 and Arsenal of Engineering. Got hung up on the bump there as Autonomous ends. Blue leads 55-29. BadgerBots immediately comes to the help of Round Table, which is still unfortunately stuck in that fuel. Graffiti comes over to the blue side of the field to play some defense. BadgerBots comes back to help Round Table as the Red Alliance with their hub in offensive mode. 930 lines up to score. Teutonic Force did hit them a little bit, however they move back into the middle of the field to push some fuel. 930 unloads a hopper. Arsenal of Engineer gets some off right before their hub ends. And Round Table and BadgerBot just making it rain on that blue side of the field. 60 points ahead of the Blue Alliance and climbing as those two high-powered machines send fuel after fuel into their blue hub. 930 is not idle, as they are intaking fuel into their hopper, preparing to shoot it for their offensive phase. Same with Graffiti pushing fuel to that red side of the field for their alliance partners. 930 shooting them into that red hub as BadgerBots and Round Table feed the blue side of the field from the middle field. Arsenal of Engineering looking like they're playing counter defense, on the Germantown machine. Badgerbots races back to make use of their last offensive phase, same with Round Table, as they're now over 200 points. Round Table and Badgerbots on their driver station, intaking fuel. Round Table shooting on the move as Badgerbots gets some defense played on them by Graffiti. Well, this is happening 9:30, again in middle of the field, intaking fuel, preparing for endgame, which is now just started. Blue Alliance is comfortably in the lead with 220 points on the Red Alliance, looking to close out this match despite the Graffiti defense and the 9:30 barrages, as Arsenal of Engineers continues to chip in for that Red Alliance. Badgerbots lines up to send one last barrage as this match ends in 3, 2, 1. Scores are here, and the Blue Alliance does win this match with a score of 324 to 109, keeping Badgerbots in the first seed and moves Round Table to the 8th seed, while pushing Graffiti, previously 7th, to the 10th seed.
Another great match with Badgerbots staying steady in that first ranked position. We have Round Table also moving up into a captain position now at the 8th seed. Joining us here at the live desk is Ellen from Red Raider. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
What is your role on Red Raider Robotics?
So on Red Raider, I am our president, which is essentially like a captain position. So I am basically seen as the same level as both of our head coaches. I make final decisions. I help with sponsorships, budgets, stuff like that.
That's incredible. And your team's had a pretty good season. Impact win at Lakeland this year at week 1. That was really great. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's awesome. You did play back in qualification match 41 right before this. How did that go for your team?
It could have gone better. We mainly play defense due to our intake being a little iffy right now. We are in the works of fixing that right now. A few of our pulleys on our intake have worn out. So we have to take apart basically like half of our intake and put it back together.
So with that, how does it change your strategy of, okay, you're in the works, I'm sure mechanical, that pit team is working on fixing that. How does it change that conversation with your alliance partners?
So we make it very clear on like what we can and can't do. We make sure that they know like we can shoot our preload, but we can't intake anything due to our intake not being able to work properly. So we usually try to rely on doing our defense strategy. We are pretty good at defense. Our driver's really comfortable with doing it. Mm-hmm. So we just make sure to communicate like, hey, we will be focusing on this rather than cycling.
Yeah, that makes sense. You gotta address that strategy, communicate with your alliance partners, because they don't know what your robot is, and hey, if the last match they see it's broken and now you're fixed, hey, you gotta be able to communicate that with your alliance partners. Mm-hmm.
And it's understandable that your robot's starting to see some wear and tear, having played 2 district events and the Wisconsin State Championship, and now here, your robot's undergone a lot of matches.
It really has.
Yeah, it definitely speaks to the importance of having a robust machine. Mm-hmm. Do you have any favorite memories from the season?
One of my favorite memories is probably, well, one, us winning Impact. And then during our first Lakeland event, our original intake design was not very robust, and we had to completely cut it off. it fully like fell apart. So during like one of our playoff matches, we just cut our intake off and purely played defense.
That's incredible. Thank you so much to Ellen for joining us at the live desk. 6 qualification matches to go. We're going to take it back to the field for Qual 43.
Alrighty, let's meet our teams for this next match. In this match, there are 2 teams on opposite alliances that are ranked in the top 5. So let's meet our teams. First, on the Red Alliance, we have 7,900.
From Racine, Wisconsin, it's Trial and Terror.
Currently ranked number 2 in the middle driver station. It is 65-74.
Celebrating their 10th season, it is Ferrodermis.
In the last driver station here on red, it's 66-43.
The second team of the Racine duo, it is Walnuts and Bolts.
Alrighty, first team on this blue alliance, it's 35-96.
From South Milwaukee High School, it's Rocket Robotics.
Second team on the blue alliance, 99-91.
From Brookfield, Beast Squared.
Last team on this blue alliance. A couple weeks ago, they went to Synthwave Showdown and they won that. Please give it up for 1732.
Your state champions, Hilltopper Robotics.
We have thumbs up here at MROC. Drivers behind the line. Let's begin in 3, 2, 1, go!
This ball match starts with Hilltoppers moving out into the middle of the field and taking their hopper, swiftly swallowed by Ferrodermis as Trial and Terror, Beast Square both shoot, soon followed by Hilltoppers, and now Ferrodermis. As Ferrodermis unloads their hopper, Hilltoppers comes back with a second scoop, unloading that as Autonomous ends. With Red narrowly winning it 62-58. Ferrodermis, your 2 seed, quickly moves out into the middle, looking to score before their hub ends, but they don't quite get that off. Hilltoppers already got a dip. Inteliop going for another one, coming back to shoot their second hopper in this offensive period, as B Squared is pushing fuel to that blue side and is now playing counter defense on the Trial and Terror machine, as Ferrodermis looks to be lined up for their offensive mode, which starts right now. They are facing some defense from Rocket Robotics, as Ferrodermis, Walnuts, and Bolts both unload into that red hub taking them back into the lead. But Hilltopper Robotics loading up their hopper, preparing to take it back when their offensive phase starts. Trial and Terror is not letting Hilltoppers do that as they play some good bump defense on that Hilltopper machine. Rocket Robotics is in a similar position on the red side of the field as they look to be pushing some fuel from the red side to the blue side. As Trial and Terror, again, is playing some defense on the Hilltopper machine despite the counter defense from B Squared. And as red starts their phase, Ferrodermis, set up by their trench, is unloading their hopper into that red hub, taking the lead again, and is looking to continue their lead as they get another hopper and is shooting it from their driver's station. Endgame starts and Hilltoppers on the Blue Alliance station wall, unloading their hopper as they intake on the move. They have a beautiful rainbow of fuel there. And they do take the lead as we have 20 fuel with 10 seconds left separating these two alliances. Ferrodermis trying to get their hopper to cut back on this lead, trying to take this from the Blue Alliance, and that is the match. The scores are in, and the Blue Alliance does take this closely contested match 250 to 241. That pushes Hilltoppers into the second seed and swaps with Ferrodermis, who is now the fourth seed.
Wow, what an exciting match we just saw. Hilltoppers versus Ferrodermis, a top 4 matchup. We see them trade places, Ferrodermis falling to the number 4 spot, Hilltoppers up to the number 2, a 9-point difference ending the match. Gentlemen, what do we think on that one?
Let's just jump into it. Starts from auto initially here. So you have Hilltoppers get their 2-swipe auto. You do initially see that second swipe as we go into here. So here, all the fuel's intact with that, so they get their full hopper with it. Ferrodermis does get a good, decent hopper from what was raining on that side of the field for that. But you see here, really there's not much fuel there. With their second pass, you get maybe about 10 to 15 fuel game pieces. Not as much as what they were looking for, which goes into why you see this 60 to 63 and Blues on that first shift.
You know, and I really want to focus on 1732. Their accuracy seems to be a bit better than yesterday, kind of replicating more of what we saw at the Wisconsin State Championship and the first championship.
Yeah, we see that right at the end of the match here, kind of like the pivotal game-changing moment as we go into this final shift change, is you can see 1732 is lined up here in the tower, ready to go with a full line of fuel, ready to go. Down 30, but still yet in only about 20 seconds, they take a 30-point swing over the Red Alliance, which kind of, it made the game-changing moment in that match.
Wow, with that shoot on the move, too, I think that's really what was able to push them ahead and win by that close differential.
With it, you see it's that constant stream of fuel. It's why they're our state championships, why they played a pretty good role at IRI, as at championship as well. You cannot leave them undefended, otherwise they're going to get hurt.
Absolutely. Well, wow. Lots of change-ups still happening as we close out qualification matches here. We're getting really close to the end. Let's send it back to the field.
Dude, you're getting pretty good.
Let's meet our teams for qualification match 44. First on the Red Alliance, it's going to be 1091.
Celebrating their 24th season, it's Oriole Assault.
Second team on this Red Alliance is going to be 706.
They're geared to fly. It's the Cyberhawks.
Last one on this Red Alliance, 2202.
With their robot, Gary, it's Beast Robotics.
Alrighty, on this Blue Alliance side, first team, 9993.
The newer Apple Core.
Second team on this Blue Alliance, it's going to be 6318.
From Freedom High School, it's the FE Freedom Engineers.
Third team on this Blue Alliance, it's going to be 10909.
The Rookie All-Stars, it's Cutting Edge.
All right, let's begin this match in 3, 2, 1, go!
Well, match 44 starts with Beast coming out into the middle, same with their alliance partner Cyberhawks, as the blue robots, Cutting Edge, and Freedom Engineers shoot into that blue hub. Despite this, Red Alliance is leading in autonomous as Cutting Edge comes back with a hopper from the middle. Beast comes into the middle and ends in the middle, taking some fuel as Teleop starts. Freedom continues to shoot into that blue hub, as they will continue to as they get the first offensive period. Cyberhawks is taking this time to shoot fuel onto their red side, preparing for the red offensive phase as blue is on the offense. Cutting Edge just unloaded a hopper full into their hub. Their alliance, or their human players doing the same, and Freedom Engineers just comes in, taking the lead from this Red Alliance as their offensive phase ends. The Red Alliance starts, and Beast is there. Cyberhawks is also there, shooting into that hub, trying to take the lead away from the Blue Alliance as Cyberhawks shoot some fuel across the field. Their third alliance partner, Oriole Assault, appears to be in a defensive position on the blue side of the field, as Blue has their offensive phase starting now. They're only 20 points behind the Red Alliance in a rather close match. Cutting Edge lined up, facing some defense against that Oriole machine, as Freedom Engineers is taking this moment to shoot into their blue hub, as Beast poaches some fuel from the Blue Alliance, but Cutting Edge does give them some grief, and Cyberhawks starts their offensive phase by their driver station, shooting into that red hub. Beast soon joins them despite the newer Apple Core defense. On the blue side, Cutting Edge is getting some grief from that third red robot Oriel Assault. Beast and Cyberhawks continue to shoot in endgame as Blue joins them. Freedom and Cutting Edge unloading some fuel towards that hub. Appears Freedom Engineers is having some firing issues, as less than 10 points separate these two alliances in the last 20 seconds. Red is trying to pull away with this win despite Cutting Edge scoring. They're now 15 points separating as Cyberhawks and Beast just continue to unload into that red hub as this match comes to an end. The scores are in, and the Red Alliance does take it. 153 to 115, a relatively close contest. That pushes Cyberhawks and Beast into Alliance captain's positions with 7th and 8th, respectively.
We're getting pretty close to the end of qualification matches here. We are joined by Dilpreet from 930. Thank you so much for joining us on the live desk.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Another great match under our belts, and we are getting really close here with these last few matches, but the rankings are anything but solidified here. We have 706 Cyberhawks moving into the top 8, moving roundtable down to 9. We want to go ahead and highlight some of what they did in this match. Dilpreet and Ryder, tell me your thoughts.
I mean, they've been performing pretty consistently today. Decent auto, just working the whole match. Just consistency all around.
Yeah, they've been one of the more consistent robots. Obviously, a good score here coming out of auto, putting Red in the lead. But what I kind of noticed about them is their signature shoot on the move ability wasn't demonstrated as much in this match as they've demonstrated throughout. We can kind of see it here at the beginning of the match working perfectly. But as we jump into the second and third shift, we see them kind of switch from that, going to a stationary shoot, which still, as one of the better robots here, still works out for them quite well.
I would even venture to guess with the shoot on the move ability, a lot of that fuel stockpiling, they would partner really well with one of our dumper bots here. If you get someone that can just put all that fuel in the corner, dumper comes through, can unload a few quick cycles in those on shifts, and that's going to maximize some scoring potential for them.
Absolutely, yeah. I would like to see that. I don't know that we've seen too many turret dumper alliances here in Wisconsin this year.
Absolutely. Well, I think it's going to make for a really exciting playoffs. We're getting super close to alliance selection here. We are going to finish up our last few qualification matches here and send it back to the field.
We're going to start introducing our teams for qualifications match number 45, starting off with team 9992.
Square Chair Robotics.
They're going to be joined by team 1220.
The Rock Hoppers.
And next to them is going to be 11258.
A rookie team, the Honey Badgers.
Over on our blue side of the field, they've got the shortest number at this tournament. It's team number 93.
With the 29th iteration of Tobar, it's New Apple Core.
Standing tall next to them, it's team 8701.
Graffiti.
And not to be left out, we're going to introduce team 5096.
From Germantown High School, it's the Teutonic Force.
We are ready to get things started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Ball match 45 starts as 93 moves out into the middle as we have fuel coming in from the human players and that red robot 1220, the Rock Hoppers. We have some motion from all robots on this field as 93 comes back into the second, comes to their second. Telly-up starts with a narrow red lead as Square Chair moves to shoot some fuel before their hub stops and the blue offensive mode begins. The Teutonic Force lined up on their tower unloads fuel, trying to get into their hub. However, they're shooting a little bit high as 93 does do some offense. However, most of their shots do fall shy as Graffiti is pushing fuel into their section before moving over to the red side of the field to play some defense on the Rock Hopper machine. Honey Badgers, during their red offensive phase, moves out and plays some defense on the two blue offensive robots as they're trying to feed to the blue side of the field. Graffiti is continuing to chase that Rock Hopper machine as Square Chair is sending some fuel into that red hub as the blue offensive phase begins. 93 is already there, dropping their hopper into that hub as Teutonic Force is loaded up and looks to be lining up by their blue tower, sending fuel sky high right down into their hub. Red Alliance is not idle. You have the Honey Badgers playing defense on 93 and the Rock Hoppers loaded up and is trying to get into position to score in their offensive phase with Graffiti hugging them, playing some defense. Graffiti is playing some solid defense as the Rock Hoppers is having some hard time as the red human players are making it rain onto that red hub as red is 7 points behind coming into end game. We have a close match. 93, the primary blue score, appears to be hung up on some fuel. However, Teutonic Force, not phased, is lined up to score for blue as Rock Hoppers, as Graffiti peeled off, Rock Hoppers got some fuel and throwing that into their hub as we come into the final 5 seconds. 20 points separate. 93 finally gets into position, is firing, trying to take the lead. We'll see if they did. We have the scores, and the Red Alliance does keep this win with a score of 92-94. 2 fuel separating. That does push 93 and Graffiti out of the top 10 as the Rockhoppers move into your 5th ranked position.
As we're moving into qualifications match number 46, we're going to hop on the field here and start introducing our teams, starting with Team 9990.
Trace Uno Mukwana Dos Bears.
They haven't lost a match yet at this tournament. It's Team 1306.
Currently ranked numero uno Badgerbots.
And they are joined by the community of robotic engineers 2062.
From Waukesha, Wisconsin, Core.
Over on our blue side, they're facing the Mukwana Dos Bears. It's Team 930.
It's time for the Mukwana Go Bears.
And next to them, also in blue, it's 2826.
From Oshkosh, Wisconsin, Wave Robotics.
And rounding off this alliance, it is going to be 6643.
Walnuts and Bolts.
It's sure to be an exciting match. We're going to get started in 3, 2, 1, go.
We have rebuilt the field and robots are moving for qualification match 46. Both alliances going out to the midfield, grabbing fuel, coming back, and shooting fuel. I'm no artist, but you can paint a picture with the sky yellow after that barrage of fuel from both sides. On that red alliance, the same story over and over again. 1306 firing fuel into that hub, trying to stay ranked number 1. Coming out of autonomous, red alliance has a 15-point lead, which means blue is gonna get the first active hub. Transition period is done. They build their lead even more, the red alliance. 9:30, that's the hometown heroes trying to increase their rank, currently ranked 23rd right now. That rank does not tell the story of their season. Their season has been absolutely fantastic. They got invited to Worlds, and they went to the finals at Worlds, actually. But on that Red Alliance side, there's some hard defense being played on all 3 Red Alliance robots. That's 66-43 walnuts and bolts. Not going down without a fight. Red Alliance continuing to build that lead even more. Extending it, now they're up to 200 points. As it switches over to the Blue Alliance's turn with an active hub. On that Red Alliance side, over there, Core playing some defense against Wave Robotics, 28-26. They also were invited to Worlds too. Same for 1306, who is stealing fuel on that Blue Alliance side. And going back to that Red Alliance, getting ready for their next ship. As it is Red Alliance's turn, building the points up, trying to get that supercharged RP here in Mawanago. Very important match for that number 1 ranked team, BadgerBots, trying to win it and stay number 1 with their robot named Gimli. Makwana Dose Bears spinning that die rotor, shooting into that hub. Red Alliance is getting even closer to that supercharged RP, trying to walk away with 5 ranking points in this match. Red Alliance Core continuing to shoot. 9:30 not going down without a fight for that Blue Alliance as they rain down some fuel into that hub. Coming up to the last seconds of this match. 3, 2, 1. Robots come to a halt as time expires. Oh man, we got some scores to show you. This match is gonna go to the Red Alliance. They take home the victory, 428-173. Red Alliance walks away with 5 ranking points, keeping BadgerBots ranked number 1 and their teammates moving up in the rankings.
Talk about a high-scoring match. Only 30 points short of our high score here at MROC. 428 points for that first-ranked BadgerBots team. Also moving up Makwanados, the second 930 team here, into that 12th spot. We have Dilpreet here joining us from 930. Thank you so much. Dilpreet, we're really curious about your movement from this die rotor robot with the turret to what 930 played with in the end of the season, the dumper. Can you tell us a little bit about this?
Yeah, so early in the season, we decided to go with the turret dumper, or turret die rotor robot. We thought that the shoot on the move, just constantly scoring, would be pretty strong. And it performed relatively well at our first district event. We were finalists there. But once we started to see kind of the meta form and other teams' robots, we figured that the dumper robot had a much higher ceiling and a much higher floor compared to what we'd accomplished thus far with our die rotor.
Absolutely, and that paid off for you at the World Championship, where 930 did play in Newton Finals with that second robot that they built. That was awesome to watch.
It was a great time, yeah.
For sure. Ryder, what do you think of this match that we just
Yeah, I mean, you see these two robots go toe-to-toe, and both of them are kind of showing their strengths, right? We see that 9990 robot really, performing at its ceiling and utilizing that space that it has within that robot. And it had a little bit of defense on it as well, still working well with the BadgerBots robot that just solidified themselves as the rank 1 team at this event.
Absolutely. We are getting really close to alliance selection here. Matches are counting down. 3 more quals to go, but the rankings are still moving around. We're going to take it back to the field for our qual match 47.
We're moving up into qualification match number 47. Let's meet our teams, starting at least Arsenal off with team 6223.
From Menominee Falls, Wisconsin, Arsenal of Engineering.
And standing tall next to them, looking to soar high, it's team 1091.
From Hartford, Wisconsin, Oriole Assault.
And blasting off is team 3596.
From South Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Rocket Robotics.
All the way over on our blue side, we've got the Cyberhawk 706.
Currently ranked 8th, that is the Cyberhawks.
They're joined by one more team, 1714.
Currently ranked 3rd, More Robotics.
And wrapping up, it's team 1259.
Currently ranked 6th, Paradigm Shift.
We've got our green light to go in 3, 2, 1, go.
Rocking and rolling for 20 seconds of autonomous here at MROC. Qualification match 47. We have 4 teams in the top 10 fighting to stay in that top 10. As both sides, human players shooting at that hub, not much fuel being fired from our robots. Coming out of autonomous, Blue Alliance is going to be ahead by about 10 points. Good start for that Blue Alliance. They're going to lose that active hub here in a second without Paradigm Shift and More Robotics gathering fuel and shuttling it over to that Blue Alliance side. On that Red Alliance side, 3596 stationary Rocket Robotics. They are stuck on that bump as of right now, hoping for their teammates to go give them a little shove. And they do get a little shove. Some GP being showed there. Coming up on Red Alliance's end of the active period, we have a robot that is stationary in the middle of the field. The Pewaukee Machine. Paradigm Shift. But now they're moving. They are moving. That is a good sign for that Blue Alliance. More robotics putting on more fuel into that hub. About to break that energized RP with some hard defense being played on Paradigm and More by Oriole Assault. Currently ranked 11th Oriole Assault, trying to move up in that rankings. Blue Alliance has a pretty sizable gap to the Red Alliance, trying to extend it even more. But Red Alliance trying to claw back at that lead as of right now with some shots from those human players over there. Blue Alliance's turn now with that active hub, and you know they're going to continue to keep shooting at that hub. With some defense from 2 red robots being played on that Blue Alliance side, it is not stopping more robotics as they continue to fire at that hub. Paradigm shift yesterday. They had a pretty good day yesterday. The robots stayed together, looking to maybe move up in the rankings after this match and just stay in the picking position as they are firing some fuel into that hub. 15 seconds left in this match. Blue Alliance gonna put the nail in the coffin here in a couple seconds. Coming down to the final seconds of this match. Red Alliance doesn't have much for that Blue Alliance. 2, 1. Time is up. We got some scores to show y'all on the big screen. It's gonna go to the Blue Alliance. They take home a dominant victory, 290-24. All 3 Blue Alliance robots moving up in the rankings. More Robotics to 2nd, Paradigm to 5th, Cyberhawks to 7th, and they walk away with 4 ranking points.
Now that was a match with a very heavy impact on the rankings here. We had 3 members of the Blue Alliance seek into those captain positions, more moving back up into 2nd. That's quite a match. We have Dom here joining us from 93. Thank you so much, Dom, for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
We're going to jump into some match analysis and ask you some of your thoughts on what you just saw.
All right, let's do it.
So initially here, you see a little bit of a then digging into, okay, here we go. Then transition shift. So you see blue, they did end up winning that that shift or that auto period, so they can both then pass. You saw there both 1259 and more kind of having their sides respectively, passing the fuel over.
Definitely. Dom, what stuck out to you in this match?
Well, at this point, having those 2 robots assisting, kind of keeping those zones separate, you saw more with a really strong dumper just able to send in a large capacity of balls. Really highlighting the dumper. The only issue with the dumper is that defense bots can affect them more, and then you're able to have a turret bot like Paradigm kind of pick up some of that slack. So a turret and dumper alliance is very strong in that aspect.
Absolutely. Something we've pointed out throughout the day is that 706 doing a lot of that passing, really pairing well with some of those dumpers.
Yes.
Yep, they definitely own that middle zone, definitely helping out 17, 14, and 29 to have really, you see this shift of fuel, what that Red Alliance has to what that Blue Alliance has. There's a difference there, and it definitely reflects in that overall score.
Yes. I mean, if you're able to control the balls, that's just the deal breaker right there. And then again, even with just a turret, Paradigm is able to put up a lot of shots pretty well.
Certainly. Well, thank you so much, Dom, for giving your insights. 2 qualifications left here to go at MROC and then into Alliance selection. We're going to take it back to the field for qualification 48.
It's time to meet our teams for our second to last qualifications match of MROC, starting off with everybody's favorite Banana Viking 6381.
Red Raider Robotics.
They are joined by Team 7900.
Trial in Terror.
And down at the third team of this alliance is going to be Team 8531.
Terminators.
They brush off the competition. It's Team 6574.
Currently ranked 4th, Ferrodermis.
In the middle, we've got Team 9993.
Newer Apple Core.
And rounding off this alliance, it's 1792.
Currently ranked 9th, trying to stay in the top 10, Roundtable Robotics.
We got our thumbs up to get our second to last match going in 3, 2, 1, go.
2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock for our second to last match of the day. Red Alliance striking first. Blue Alliance, though, coming back. 2 robots coming back. Ferrodermis and Roundtable up in the top 10. Roundtable trying to get all that fuel going up to their shooter. Looks unsuccessful. Good news for that Blue Alliance. They are going to be ahead by about 50 points coming out of Autonomous. Blue Alliance going to lose that active hub as they build their lead. Red Alliance's turn at an active hub on that Red Alliance side. Red Raider Robotics 6381 shooting into that hub there for a little bit. Currently ranked 15th Red Raider from Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Continuing to intake and continuing to shoot right up next to that hub, squeezing every second out of it. Blue Alliance's turn now as they're going to start building that gap to the Red Alliance, and they surpass the Energize RP. Good news for that Blue Alliance as Roundtable continuing to pour on the fuel into that hub. Trial in Terror coming over and playing some defense a little bit, now shoving fuel into the middle of the field. Newer Apple Corps for the Blue Alliance. They are down and not moving. That's unfortunate to see for that Blue Alliance side. But no biggie as they have a comfortable lead in our second to last match of the day. We got some robbers on the red side of the field. We got 2 blue robots over there stealing that fuel. But Roundtable Robotics gets denied trying to go for that bump. Blue Alliance's shift has already started. trying to extend the gap even more. Roundtable gets denied again by Trial and Terror. Trying to make a mad dash over that bump. Ferrodermis also getting shut down on defense with this saying, "We don't rust" on their robot. Roundtable stuck on the bump there for a little bit. They get unstuck successfully. That's good to see. As we had a sandwich there for a second, Roundtable was in the middle of two red robots. 20 seconds left on the clock. Blue Alliance just extending the lead even more. Red Alliance not going to go down without a fight, of course, as Red Raider Robotics on that Red Alliance firing into that hub. Same for some shots from the human player. As we come to the end of this match, 2-1. Time expires. Alrighty, we got some scores here for this last match. Blue Alliance cashes in and gets the victory, 346 to 64. Blue Alliance walking away with 4 ranking points. Roundtable and that newer Apple Corps machine moving up in the rankings.
Well, that's going to move Roundtable up into 8th place, which means they now have a seat at the table when it comes to Alliance selections.
Sorry about that, team.
Let's introduce our teams one last time for our qualification round, starting off with Team 9991.
Beast Squared.
They're joined by Team 10909.
Cutting the competition, Cutting Edge.
And finishing off this alliance, it's the Force of 5096.
The Teutonic Force.
Over on the blue, it's 1732.
Currently ranked third, Hilltopper Robotics.
Standing tall next to them, it's 6318.
Freedom Engineers.
And you know them, you love them, it's Team 930.
Mukwanago Bears.
After this match is over, we'll have about an 8-minute pause before our alliance selections will begin. So make sure to send your team representatives down to the field for those alliance selections. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
And we are off for the last qualification match of the day here at MROC. Both alliances going and grabbing fuel, but on this blue alliance, robots shooting fuel into that hub. Red Alliance shots from the far side, the audience side of the field. That is 5096, the Teutonic Force. As autonomous ends, that buzzer sounds for some teleoperated period. The drivers take control of the robots and now are driving the robot around the field. Two Blue Alliance robots going to the middle of the field, collecting fuel on that Red Alliance side. Looks like 9991 getting stuck on some fuel there for a little bit. But some shots from the rookie team, Cutting Edge. That sound says Blue Alliance is going to get their active hub next for this match. Shooting fuel into that hub. Just continuing to shoot from Hilltopper, trying to move up in the rankings. They have the chance to get to second this match. Trying to seize the opportunity. For the Red Alliance side, some more shots coming in from Cutting Edge. Cutting Edge, they are our 2026 District Rookie All-Star Award winners at the Wisconsin State Championship. Some more shots from our human players working hard. Now it's Blue Alliance's turn with that active hub. Just extending the gap even more, up to 200, chasing that supercharged RP. Some playoff implications in this match. 930, our hometown team, with a double shooter type of robots just continuing to fire into that hub. That buzzer sounds as the Teutonic Force for the Red Alliance surfing across some fuel. Blue Alliance, we have two Blue Alliance teams that both went to Worlds, and showing why they went to Worlds, continuing to pour on that fuel. Last ditch effort from that Red Alliance as we have 2, 1. Time runs out. Alrighty, we got scores for the last match of the day. It goes to the Blue Alliance. They conquer and take the victory, 408-70. And Hilltoppers, they move up to that second ranked position, as the other two Blue Alliance teams also moving up in the rankings and walking away with 5 ranking points.
All right, with that, that concludes our qualification matches for today. Once again, we have an 8-minute break before our alliance selections for playoffs begins. In the meantime, let's watch some videos on how that alliance selection is going to work.
Or decline an invitation. When a team is ready to make their pick, only the alliance captain will walk to the MC to announce the pick. Teams will have 45 seconds to make their first selection and 90 seconds to make subsequent selections. The time remaining for each pick is shown on the timers on the playing field. The timer starts when the MC finishes asking the team to make their selection and stops when the team makes a valid selection. The timer will continue to run for an invalid selection, such as attempting to pick a team that is not at the event or is already a member of another alliance. Teams making a good faith effort when the clock hits 0 will be allowed to finish their pick. In the event of a decline, the timer is reset. If a team does not make a valid selection before time expires, they are skipped. Skipped teams will be revisited in order after each pick. Skipped teams will be skipped again until after the next pick, if they are not immediately ready to make a valid selection. At the final pick of each round, if a team does not make a valid selection before time expires, they are automatically assigned the highest ranked unpicked team. The number 1 team can select any team at the event to join their alliance. If the selected team declines the invitation, then another team is chosen until one accepts. Declining teams may not be selected by any subsequent alliance. Suppose Alliance 2 selects the 4th ranked team, who declines, and Alliance 2 selects another team, which accepts. It's then Alliance 3's turn to select from the available pool, which does not include the 4th ranked team. This process continues through Alliance 8. Notice that a team who had declined and become unavailable has moved up to become an alliance captain. At the end of round 1, any remaining team that has declined an invitation is not eligible to participate in the playoffs because they cannot be selected. Between selection rounds, there's a 2-minute break for alliances to confer. After the break, Alliance 8 picks their 3rd team member from the remaining teams. Then Alliance 7 picks, continuing all the way back to the number 1 alliance. Alliance selection is complete when each alliance is composed of 3 teams. The remaining top 8 teams are backups who need to confirm with a lead queuer that they will play if called upon. Note that at the championship event, we had a 3rd selection round with round 2 timing to make 4-team alliances, and there are no backup teams. Good luck, teams.
All right, we are going to begin our alliance selections here at the McGuanago Robotics off-season competition. It's presented by Walt Disney Imagineering. Before we begin, we have a few reminders for all of our alliances. We're going to have to make sure we pay close attention to all the timers displayed here on the field. The alliance captain must approach me here in the center of the field to announce their pick before that timer reaches 0. During the first round of alliances, students will have a 45-second limit to make their pick. When your alliance is ready, the student alliance captain only must come here to announce the pick. You're going to walk up to the microphone here and use this to announce your pick. As a reminder, teams have earned the right to decline other teams if they would like to form their own alliance. It is within the spirit of our rules, And any team that declines an invitation may not be selected by another alliance. So, let's meet our number 1 ranked team, Team 1306.
Team 1306, BadgerBots, is from BadgerBots Robotics Corporation in Middleton, Wisconsin.
Alliance number 1, you are now on the clock. When you're ready, let me know who you'd like to select. Oh, is the microphone? Let's try it.
Before we start, we'd like to thank all of our event organizers and volunteers for making this event possible. For our pick, Team 1306 BadgerBots would like to invite Team 1714 More Robotics to join our alliance.
Team 1714.
Team 1714 More Robotics is from St. Thomas More High School in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Would you prefer to join or to form your own alliance?
Team 1714 would always like to play a little bit more.
All right, alliance number 1. That's going to bring alliance number 2, 1732.
Team 1732 Hilltopper Robotics is from Divine Savior Holy Angels and Marquette University High Schools in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Alliance number 2, you are now on the clock. When you're ready, let me know who you'd like to select.
Team 1732 Hilltopper Robotics would like to invite Team 6574 to join our alliance.
Team 6574.
6574 Ferrodermis is from Whitewater High School in Whitewater, Wisconsin.
Team 6574, would you prefer to join or form your own alliance?
Team 6574 would love to form an alliance with you.
Alliance number 3, beginning with Team 1259.
Team 1259 Paradigm Shift is from Pewaukee High School in Pewaukee, Wisconsin.
Alliance number 3, you are now on the clock. When you're ready, let me know who you would like to select.
Team 1259 would like to invite Team 930 to join our alliance.
Team 930.
Team 930 McGuanago Bears is from McGuanago High School in McGuanago, Wisconsin.
Would you prefer to join or form your own alliance, Team 930?
930, the McGuanago Bears can barely wait to rock our way through the competition with you.
All right, it's time to bring up our alliance number 4 captains, which is going to be Team 1220.
Team 1220 Rockhoppers is from Divine Savior Holy Angels and Marquette University High Schools in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
1220, you are now on the clock. When you're ready, let me know who you'd like to select.
Team 1220 would like to invite Team 1792 to join our alliance.
Team 1792.
Team 1792 Round Table Robotics is from Oak Creek High School in Oak Creek, Wisconsin.
Team 1792, would you prefer to join or to form your own alliance?
On behalf of our sponsors, Emerson Automation, Rockwell Automation, and Regal Rexnord, we would like to gratefully accept your gracious offer.
That's going to bring us to alliance number 5, captained by Team 706.
Team 706 Cyberhawks is from Arrowhead High School in Heartland, Wisconsin.
Alliance number 5, you are now on the clock. When you're ready, let me know who you'd like to select.
706, the Cyberhawks, would like to graciously invite Team 9990, the Maguanago Bears, to join our alliance.
That's Team 9990.
Team 9990 Maguana Dos Bears is from Maguanago High School in Maguanago, Wisconsin.
Team 9990, would you prefer to join or to form your own alliance?
9990 humbly accepts the offer.
That's going to be the start of alliance number 5. Alliance number 6, captains, 2202, come on up.
Team 2202 Beast Robotics is from Brookfield East and Central High Schools in Brookfield, Wisconsin.
Alliance number 6, you are now on the clock. When you're ready, let me know who you'd like to select.
Team 2202 Beast Robotics would like to select Team 93.
That's Team 93.
Team 93 New Apple Corps is from Appleton High Schools in Appleton, Wisconsin.
Team 93, would you prefer to join or form your own alliance?
Team 93 happily accepts your gracious offer.
Let's bring up our Alliance 7 captain, 6318.
Team 6318 FE Freedom Engineers is from Freedom High School in Freedom, Wisconsin.
Alliance number 7, you are now on the clock. When you're ready, let me know who you would like to select.
6318 would like to invite 8701.
8701.
Team 8701 Graffiti is from Greendale High School in Greendale, Wisconsin.
8701, would you prefer to join or to form your own alliance?
8701 would love to paint a picture with you.
And that's going to move 6223 as our Alliance number 8 captains.
Team 6223 Arsenal of Engineering is from Menominee Falls High School in Menominee Falls, Wisconsin.
Alliance number 8, you are now on the clock. When you're ready, let us know who you'd like to select.
Team 6223 gratefully asks Team 9992 to join us.
That's Team 9992.
Team 9992 Square Chair Robotics is from Oak Creek High School in Oak Creek, Wisconsin.
$99.92 would love to pull up a chair with you.
All right, that concludes our first selection round. Before we begin round 2, the alliances will have 2 minutes to confer with their new teammates. Let's start our 2-minute timer. All right, we're coming down to 30 seconds remaining in that timer. We are about to see the strategies of these alliances play out as they look to partner with teams whose robot complements their own to create the strongest possible alliance. The 8 alliances will compete in the double elimination playoff tournament, leading to the best 2 out of 3 set of finals matches later this afternoon. During the second round of selections, all teams will have a 90-second limit this time to make their pick. And that ends our 2-minute timer. Alliance number 1, you are now on the clock. When you are ready, let me know who you would like to select as your third alliance partner. Oh, sorry, alliance number 8. That's right, we go backwards. Alliance 8, you have 30 seconds remaining to make your pick.
Alliance 8 would like to invite Way Robotics to join 2826.
2826.
Team 2826, Wave Robotics, is from Oshkosh Recreational Department in Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
Team 2826, Wave Robotics, would love to ride the wave with you.
And that completes Alliance number 8. Alliance number 7, you are now on the clock. When you're ready, let me know who you would like to select.
Team 6318 and 8701 would like to invite 7900.
7900.
Team 7900, Trial and Terror, is from Racine Area Schools in Racine, Wisconsin.
Team 7900 would love to explode onto the field with you.
And there we have Alliance number 7. Alliance number 6, you are now on the clock. When you're ready, let me know who you would like to select.
Team 2202 and 93 would like to select Team 2062.
2062.
Team 2062, Core 2062, is from School District of Waukesha in Waukesha, Wisconsin.
Core 2062, can't wait to link up with you.
And there we have Alliance number 6. Alliance number 5, you are now on the clock. When you are ready, let me know who you would like to select.
Team 706, the Cyberhawks, and Team 9990, the McGuanago Bears, graciously invite Team 10909, Cutting Edge, to join our alliance.
Team 10909.
Team 10909, Cutting Edge, is from Edgewood High School of the Sacred Heart in Madison, Wisconsin.
Team 909 graciously accepts your offer.
And there's your Alliance number 5. Alliance number 4, you are now on the clock. When you're ready, let me know who you would like to select.
Team 1220 and Team 1792 would like to invite Team 1091 to join our alliance.
1091.
Team 1091 Oriole Assault is from Hartford High School in Hartford, Wisconsin.
Team 1091 would love to join your flock.
And there we have Alliance number 4. Alliance number 3, you are now on the clock. When you are ready, let me know who you would like to select.
Team 1259 and Team 930 would like to invite Team 6381.
6381.
Team 6381 Red Raider Robotics is from North High School in Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
Team 6381 would love to go bananas with you.
And that's our Alliance number 3. Alliance number 2, you are now on the clock. When you are ready, let me know who you would like to select.
Team 1732 and 6574 would like to invite Team 6643 to join our alliance.
6643.
Team 6643 Walnuts and Bolts is from Walden 3 High School in Racine, Wisconsin.
Team 6643 would love to go nuts with you.
And that's our Alliance number 2. That means there is one spot left in our playoff tournament. After our number 1 seed makes their final selection, there is still a chance that the next 8 highest-ranking unselected teams could compete. If a robot becomes non-functional during the tournament, each alliance has one opportunity to substitute in a robot from our backup pool. Alliances do not get to select which backup team comes into their alliance. The backup teams will come in ranking order, starting with the highest remaining ranking team. We will need student representatives from the backup teams to confirm their participation in the playoffs with the lead queuer in just a moment. But now it's time to find out who Alliance number 1 would like as a member of their alliance. Alliance number 1, you are now on the clock. Who would you like to select?
Team 1306 Badgerbots and Team 1714 More Robotics would like to invite Team 11258 the Honey Badgers to join our alliance.
11258.
Team 11258 Honey Badgers is a family and community team from Middleton, Wisconsin.
11258, gratefully accept.
And there's our alliance number 1. Well done, everybody. This is going to be an exciting tournament in the playoffs. Let's have a round of applause for all of our teams who are competing here today. If your team was not selected for the playoffs, make sure to pick an alliance to cheer on. We need our alliance captains to stay here on the field to meet with our head referee to review our playoff rules. It is now allowed to swap out the alliance captain if needed. All backup teams, that's our next 8 highest-ranking unselected teams, please confirm your willingness to compete in the playoffs, if called upon with the lead queuer in the team representative area. We're going to let our alliances strategize and prepare for our playoff tournament, which will be starting at 12:30. We will be presenting many awards between the playoff rounds, and we'll have closing award ceremony immediately following the playoff tournament. We'll look forward to seeing you back here to get things started in just a bit. And don't forget to bring your gracious professionalism to the field. Thank you to everyone. All right, who's ready for our semifinals to begin? We've got Alliance number 1 versus our Alliance number 8 to begin our bracket. So let's go introduce our teams, starting with a team named after a creature with a fierce reputation, 11258.
It's the Honey Badgers.
They're joined by their team Alliance captains, 1306.
It's Badger Bots with the robot Gimli.
And only things one better than robotics, it's 1714.
More robotics with Flint.
Over onto our blue side of the field for Alliance number 8, it's 6223.
Arsenal of Engineering.
Joining in that arsenal, it's going to be Team 2826.
Your Inspire Award winners, it's Wave Robotics.
And finishing off this alliance, it's going to be 9992.
Square Chair Robotics.
We're in for some exciting playoffs now that our teams and alliances are locked in. We're going to start our first semifinals match in 3, 2, 1, go!
The playoffs have started, and Badgerbot, S'more, and Wave all come out into the center, while Arsenal and Wave come back for blue to score. Badgerbot, S'more shoot for red, with Honey Badger staying in their position, ready to shoot and tally up. Badgerbots is the first to come back out in Autonomous, soon followed by Wave, as Red wins Autonomous about 70-23. And our teleop period from match 1 of our playoff starts. Badgerbots comes right back to shoot their hopper right before their hub deactivates with more. And blue starts their offensive period. Square Chair sends up a few cells of fuel, soon followed by Wave, who lines up and prepares to shoot. Arsenal of Engineer comes back for blue to shoot as well. While that's been happening, Moore and Badgerbots have taken fuel from the center. Badgerbots gets hung up on the bump, and their offensive period starts. Moore starts firing right away, comes back into the middle, pushes Badger off their bump as the Honey Badgers play defense on the blue side of the field. Moore and Badgerbots are set up to score for this one-seeded Red Alliance. Their offensive period winds down, and the blue ones begin. And the Honey Badgers are there to put some grief on Arsenal of Engineering, which appears to be their defensive target. Wave Robotics has a full hopper. They come back out to pick up some more as Arsenal of Engineering continues to try to get over that blue bump, but the Honey Badgers are not letting them. Badgerbots and Moore both come back to the red side and shoot right before their hub activates. Moore has emptied their hopper. Badgerbots has emptied their hopper. They're going for more fuel as the Honey Badgers continue to play defense on this blue alliance on the blue side of the field. Another volley for the Badgerbots as Moore lines up and shoots their hopper. We have 30 seconds left going into endgame, and the Red Alliance has a comfortable 300-point lead. It's looking more like bumper cards on the blue side of the field as Wave and the Honey Badgers are going out at it, while Moore is filling up for more fuel to score in these last 15 seconds, going for 400 points, over 400 points. Arsenal of Engineers on that blue side, ready to score for Red. However, it'll be too little, too late as the Red Alliance goes over 400 points as Badgerbots continues to fire. Arsenal answering in the last few seconds. Our scores are in, and the Red Alliance will be taking this match with a score of 443-42. Not quite the high score, but it's enough to send them to the second round, where we'll see them in match 7, and the 8th Alliance we'll see in round 2 match 5.
To be underway for the playoff tournament. My name's Andrew Pranger. I am here with Ryder to give you coverage through the rest of the afternoon. We just saw the first seed play the 8 seed and win by almost 400 points. That was quite a match, Ryder. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we saw those two top robots for that Red Alliance, 1306 and 1714. Both of those robots very strong in auto and in teleop. As our auto gets started here, we see both 1714 and 1306 getting out to the middle and getting full volleys. Obviously, 1306 double dips. More hangs back, maybe getting caught up on the bump a little bit there, but strong auto.
And I have to say, there's no surprises here. 1306 winning both their district events this season, finalists at the Wisconsin State Championship and playoffs at the first championship in Texas. More Einstein appearance at the first championship. This is a very strong first seed. And a fun fact, 11258, Honey Badgers, sister team of 1306 Badgerbots.
Yeah, that's certainly interesting that those two teams get to work together here on the same alliance. I don't believe that they played together all season long, and obviously this is a rebuilt robot. So
11258 and 1306 actually had the chance to win Appleton together earlier this season. So it's kind of nice to see them be able to get paired up back together for another competition here. Something I saw later in the match that I really admired was Wave transitions from this offensive position into a defensive maneuver, and their defense was phenomenal. They really held back 1306 on a bit of their scoring, and I think that could be something that we see continue for the 8th seed to continue to navigate in an attempt to claim today's title.
100%. Maybe something that other alliances need to look at for that number 1 alliance as well.
Speaking of which, it's time to go back to the field for our second playoff match of Alliances 4v5.
All right, like we just heard, we've got Alliances 4 and 5 on the field. We've got Alliance 4 in the red, Alliance 5 in the blue. Let's the Red Alliance first, starting with Team 1091.
Their second pick, Oriole Assault.
We've got our team captain, 1792.
From Oak Creek High School, it is Roundtable Robotics.
And finishing off this alliance, we've got Team 1220.
With their robot Scoot, it is the Rock Hoppers.
We're going to hop on over to the blue side of the field and introduce alliance number 5, beginning with Team 706.
The captains, it's the Cyberhawks.
They are joined by Team 10909.
It's the Rookie All-Stars, Cutting Edge.
And finishing it off with Team 9990.
With their robot Cyclone, it is the Maguana Dos Bears.
Both sides appear to be ready. We're going to get our second semifinals match going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go. Match 2 starts. Maguanados, Cyberhawks, and Roundtable all come out. Maguanados gets hung up on the bump. However, Roundtable comes back to shoot. Same with Cyberhawks, and Rockhoppers shoot for red. Coming into the end of Autonomous, it looks like Red wins 5 to 18, meaning that red will have the second teleop period. Madonna Dos is trying to free themselves from that bump for their offensive period, while Cyberhawks feeds the blue side of the field. Round Table doing the same, but for red. Oriole Assault moves to the blue side of the field, looking to play defense. Maguana Dos Bears is sitting right in front of them, and it looks like Oriole has got stranded on that blue bump. Cyberhawks from the far side of the blue side, shooting into that blue hub, not quite taking the lead from red as red's offensive period starts. Round Table in the middle of the red area, shooting. Rot Hoppers making some interesting sounds as they're stranded on some fuel in their trench. Not to fear, Round Table making a beautiful rainbow, scoring into that red hub. As their period winds down, Cyberhawks continues to feed the blue alliance as Cyberhawks is in an offensive position. Same with Cutting Edge. Cyclone fires off towards the scoring desk, and Round Table feeds the red side as Oriole Assault is playing some pesky defense on that blue alliance. But Cutting Edge in an offensive position tries to shoot it, but Oriole hits them just when they fire. Their offensive period winds down, and Round Table moves to the red side of the field to score for red. Rock Hoppers, free of their fuel shackles, are now in offensive position, shooting also into that red hub, aiding their alliance partner, Round Table Robotics. As endgame starts here, Blue is finding positions to shoot. As they're only 60 points behind, they could still take this match. However, Round Table and Rock Hoppers trying their best to put this match away for that fourth seeded alliance. Maguana Dos Bears have been sitting in the same part of the field for most of the match. They'll probably have a drive error or something. Cyberhawks and Cutting Edge trying to get as much fuel as they can to shoot. However, with 60-point advantage, red looks like they're taking this match. Scores are in, and the Red Alliance does take match 2, meaning that Alliance 4 will face Alliance 1 in match number 7 with a score of 163 to 89. The 5th Alliance will face Alliance 8 in match 5.
Another exciting playoff match here at MROC, seeing the 4 and 5 seeds face off against each other. The 4 seed coming out victorious, that Red Alliance. Ryder, any thoughts from that match?
Yeah, I mean, just a strong effort from that Red Alliance, right? We saw 1792 kind of lead the charge for that alliance.
Absolutely. I definitely agree. And we had the chance to talk to 1792 before this match. Let's go down to the field and see what they had to say.
What's your strategy for this next match? Strategy for the next match is hopefully get one robot playing defense, so to like try to lock down the other team's most efficient score, and then the other two for offense. Other two for offense, shooting, try to get cycles, you know, try to keep balls moving our way. Awesome. Well, good luck, Alliance, and go to the field. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron and Team 1792 Roundtable Robotics. Good luck today in the playoffs as you continue towards that quest to win today's title. We're going to take it back to the field where we will see our next match take place.
Alrighty, let's meet our teams for playoff match number 3. First in this red driver station, they were the 2024 MROC Judges Award winners. Please give it up for 6643!
They are small, but they are mighty. It's Walnut and Bolts.
2023 MROC finalists, 2022 MROC winners. Please give it up for 6574!
The team that doesn't rust, Faradermis.
This team here, they are back-to-back MROC winners looking to extend this streak. Please give it up for 1732!
With their robot King Julian, it's Hilltopper Robotics.
Alrighty, coming over to the Blue Alliance. They were 2026 MROC District winners. Please give it up for 7900!
They have some TNT. It's Trial and Terror.
In the middle station, they were 2026 Lakeland event finalists. Please give it up for 6318!
It's your Alliance captain, FE Freedom Engineers.
Last team on this Blue Alliance, they were 2024 MROC finalists. Please give it up for 8701!
They're obsessed with tube. It's Graffiti.
Alrighty, we got thumbs up all around. Let's begin this match in 3, 2, 1, go!
Match 3 starts. Hilltoppers comes out into the middle, scooping up a load. Graffiti, Trial and Terror, shoot for a balloon, soon followed by Freedom Engineers. Walnuts and Bolts, Hilltoppers, and now Faradermis all unload for the Red Alliance as Hilltoppers comes back from the middle with their second load, and they will no doubt take Autonomous. Alliance 2 with a commanding lead. They'll cycle as much fuel as they can before their hub turns off as Blue starts their offensive period. Freedom Engineers and Terror and Graffiti and Terror seem to be pushing fuel for Freedom Engineers to score as Walnuts and Bolts seem to be playing some defense on Trial and Terror. Blue's offensive period soon comes to an end. Faradermis and Hilltoppers already shooting into their newly activated hub as Walnuts and Bolts comes to add some shots of their own. Faradermis unloading a second hopper full as Graffiti and Trial and Terror both come to mess with them. Graffiti breaks off to hit Hilltoppers before Walnuts and Bolts play some counter defense on that blue machine. Hilltopper comes out to get some more fuel and send it over to the red side as Blue is now on the offense with no robots in their area. That is soon remedied as Freedom Engineer comes over. They push some shots to their human players who are now throwing them. It looks like Blue doesn't have a scoring robot, so they'll be relying heavily on their human players here to try and win this match. Red Alliance offensive mode starts. Faradermis sitting by their trench, scoring a ton as Hilltoppers make some three throws from their human alliance area. Faradermis in the center, cycling as endgame is upon us. Blue's hub activates Again, Blue is relying heavily on their human players to score as Hilltoppers sitting by their alliance wall shoot from the back. Same with Ferrodermis, who sits next to their tower, intaking some fuel, now unloading another hopper full as Red Alliance is going up towards 400 points in these last few seconds of playoff match number 3. The scores are in, and the Red Alliance takes this. Alliance number 2 moving to match number 8 with a score of 398 to 54. We'll see Alliance 7 in round 2, match 6.
Another great playoff match with Alliance 2 keeping their playoff hopes alive up in the upper bracket, sending Alliance 7 into that lower bracket. They're not done quite yet, but they only have one chance remaining with a loss. Ryder, what do we think out of that last match?
Yeah, I mean, jumping right into it, right out of auto here, we see the Red Alliance really maximizing how much they're scoring. We'll see 65-74 really taking their time and getting a full hopper and making sure that they shoot throughout the final about 8 seconds here remaining in auto. What this does is it basically allows them to score all the points that they collected right in that middle or that first run, and then they take the time at the beginning of the transition period to shoot out the rest of the game pieces that remain in their hopper right there, and then picking up from the depot. Really just maximizing the amount of balls that they're shooting right away in the match.
Absolutely. I've noticed a strategy from them all season and noticed that rather than doing this double sweep method we see from a lot of other teams, they go ahead, they take their time, and they fill up this massive hopper of theirs. You know, we actually did have a chance to talk to 65-74 before this last match. Let's kick it down to the field where Aaron had a chance to talk to them.
All right. So if we revisit the match here, right, we see 65-74. They had some defense played on them. What did you think about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Ferrodermis loves parking up against the trench. They're normally in this safe spot where people can't really jostle them. That's what we've seen from them all this weekend, this consistency in their shooting. They don't really miss when they park in this spot. But we saw some double defense be played on them, and they were starting to see a decrease in that accuracy. I think this may really shake up for teams as they form defensive strategies against this 2 seed throughout the tournament.
Especially with the amount of firepower that they do put up.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to kick it back to the field for our last match of round 1, where we're going to see Alliances 3 and 6 go head-to-head against each other for the chance to either stay in the upper bracket or have a second chance in the lower bracket. Let's go to the field.
Alrighty, we got our teams for this next match. First on red, they won the programming award back in 2023. Please give it up for 6381.
Fear the beard, it's Red Raider Robotics.
Next, in the middle driver station, they were 2024 MROC finalists. Please give it up for 1259.
It's your captains with Rocky Rocco Jr., Paradigm Shift.
They were 2024 and 2023 MROC winners. Please help me out with this one. What time is it? 9:30.
The host team, McGuanago Bears.
Alrighty, first team on blue. They were 2023 MROC finalists. Please give it up for 2062.
With Atlas Core.
Next team on this blue alliance, they were 2024 MROC Engineering Design Award winners. Please give it up for Team 93.
From the Appleton High Schools, it's New Apple Core.
Last but not least on this blue alliance, they were 2022 MROC winners. Please give it up for 2202.
Your Alliance 6 captains, Beast Robotics.
Got thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Our final round one match starts, and we have 4 robots in the center. Paradigm 930 from the Red Alliance, and all 3 Blue Alliance robots come out to the center and score. It's looking to be a good match with only 15 points separating us. And autonomous, Red will take it, meaning Blue will have the first offensive period. We have all 3 red robots coming into the middle to take as much fuel as possible, quickly followed by all 3 blue robots, as every robot on this field is moving and grooving and trying to shoot it. 93 comes back for blue, lined up in front of their hub, unloading their hopper as Core from the Alliance wall shoots as well. Beast Robotics looking to be pushing fuel to that blue side. And the Red Alliance offensive period starts. You have all 3 robots in their area shooting. 930 from the tower. Red Raider is right up by that hub. And now Paradigm is out by that tower. Red Raider comes out, hitting 930 a bit in the middle field as they intake some fuel, trying to slow down this Blue Alliance, trying to stop 93 from getting into an offensive position. 93 does slip by the Sheboygan defense and starts shooting into that blue hub, trying to retake the lead. As they are only 40 points behind, this is a very winnable match. 930 and Paradigm Shift, both in that center field, trying to take as much fuel as possible. As 93's intake falls out, this will definitely hinder the Blue Alliance's chances. As the red offensive period starts, all 6 robots in that Red Alliance area, 93 and Beast playing defense. 930 trying to shoot from that tower. 93 not letting them. Paradigm Shift trying to get free to shoot from that 93 machine. Endgame starts. Core and Beast shooting for blue. We're within 30 points. 93 comes back, pushing fuel for those human players, trying to get as much offense as they can. We're within 20 points with 15 seconds left. Blue keeps shooting. 930 and Red Raiders lined up for that Red Alliance. We're within 10 in the last 10 seconds. 930 in the center trying to get as much fuel as they can, and that will end our final round 1 match. The scores are in for match number 4, and the Red Alliance does take this with a score of 208 to 185, a pretty close contest. Alliance 3 will face Alliance 2 in match 8, while Alliance 6 will be traveling to the lower bracket to face Alliance 7 in match 6.
I'm Andrew, and I am back here at the MROC Live desk with two very special guests. This is Gwen. Gwen, do we want to wave? Want to wave to everybody? Yeah. And this is Amelia. Amelia, do you want to wave? Yeah. Hi, everybody. We're going to do some match replay from the 3v6 alliances, and then we're going to go ahead and jump to the field for an interview. So, Amelia, what did you think of that match?
It was so cool, and this is really amazing. So cool that I want to do it again.
Yeah. What did you think of Paradigm Shift over here, this robot?
It was so cool, and I loved it so much.
Their auto and how they made really good use of the fuel they collected in that first pass. They come over for a really efficient transition shift here, and they score a lot. And that's a pretty big number, right? 78?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
so
a pretty big
cool.
number.
Yeah, it is.
All right, Gwen, I heard that we have an interview that we can show with Paradigm Shift, Team 1259. So you want to say, let's see what they had to say?
Yeah.
Yeah, say that. Let's see what they had to say.
Eek, this is so much fun. Yeah. Huh?
All right, we might be having a bit of technical difficulties, but we can jump back to the match footage for just a second here. I really also admired on this alliance the with 1259, we've got 930, those Newton Division finalists from this year who did a full rebuild between the lacrosse event and the state championship, and I think that was really awesome. You think it's a lot of work to rebuild a robot, Amelia?
Yeah.
So much work, I know. Yeah, but their efforts paid off. They came out on top in this match, and that dumper really made nice work of being able to go across, grab the fuel, get back to their zone, and they made for a very good partnership with 1259. You've got the turret, you've got the dumper. What more could you want? All right, I think we have another match. Are we ready to go back to the field?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we're going to go back to the field for match 5.
All right, we're back down here on the field for our next match in these playoffs. All of these teams have had a chance to play one of their rounds. They're on round number 2, starting off with team 62-23.
Arsenal of Engineering.
And in the middle, we've got team 28-26.
Wave Robotics.
And they're going to be joined by team 9992.
Square Chair Robotics.
Jogging on over to the blue side of the field, we're going to start off with team number 706.
Cyberhawks.
They're going to be joined by team 10909.
Cutting Edge.
And the last team of this core is going to be 9993.
Makwana Dos Bears.
I believe that's newer Apple Core. This is going to be the first match of our lower bracket. We've got Alliance number 5 facing Alliance number 8. These robots have seen a lot of wear and tear. They've already gone through a full competition season, and we're now into the off season, so it can take a little bit longer to get them booted up and running. But it seems like we are at the point where they're all ready to start, so we're going to get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go!
Yellow lights blinking on robots. Match has started. 20 seconds of auto. Immediately in the middle of the field, Wave Robotics. They're beached on some fuel already. Huge hit to that Red Alliance. Coming to the end of Autonomous, Blue Alliance has the lead. Looks like it's going to be 26-14, ending Autonomous. In the middle of the field, 62-23 also gets beached of the Red Alliance. That's a huge hit. That's Arsenal of Engineering there too. And now 706 Cyberhawks, they might be down for the count. They're not moving anymore. They have no light on that robot, which means it could be a battery issue. 3 down robots in lower bracket, round 2, match 5 already. Blue Alliance has an early lead trying to keep the lead. The Red Alliance has an active hub. Good news is Wave Robotics, they got unstuck and trying to get their teammates also unstuck, but it looks like they might be stuck on some more fuel. And look at that, 62-23, finally moving. 28-26, still having problems. Another down robot, New Apple Corps, not moving. Chaos already in match 5. Red Alliance, they got to claw back. 62-23, now not moving again. Only have, and now Wave Robotics finally on the ground and moving around. 1 minute left in this match. Blue Alliance has about a 20-point lead as it switches over to their active hub. Cutting Edge, one of the blue robots, only one moving on the field, shooting fuel. They're in their rookie season. As their shift comes down to the end, still continuing to shoot fuel against that tower. 30 seconds left in this match. Blue Alliance has a slight lead, but anything can happen as human players from the Red Alliance making a valiant effort trying to claw this Red Alliance back into contention. As it is getting even closer to that Blue Alliance, and now we have another down robot. 99-92, not moving, stuck on some fuel. As we come to the end of this match, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. We got some results, and it's going to go to the Blue Alliance. They take home the victory, 57-32. But let's give a huge shout out to 62-23, 99-02, and 28-26. Please congratulate them on an amazing event they had. Blue Alliance is going to move on to lower bracket, round 3, match 10.
Congratulations to that Red Alliance of Team 62, 23, 28, 26, and 9992. Thank you so much for playing here at MROC. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance, that is Alliance number 5, stays alive in the hopes, once again, for that MROC title this weekend. They're still in the lower bracket, still have chances to move on. Ryder, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, 10-9-09, really carrying the load there for that Alliance. 2 robots going down for Blue. There was a lot of worry, but 10-9-09 remained calm under pressure.
Completely agreed. Cutting Edge from Madison, Wisconsin, our Wisconsin State Championship rookie all-star winners. In fact, we had a chance to interview them down by the field. Let's go to Aaron and see what they had to say.
10-9-09 from Alliance 5. How'd the last match go?
For us, I think it went pretty good, but both of our teammates kind of went down. One had some issues with their swerve and the other with their shooter, so
So what adjustments are you making going into the lower bracket in your next match right now?
I think we're just going to focus on shooting as much as we can, and we're not really sure where our other teammates stand right now, so we're just hoping they get fixed.
That's definitely fair. It's playoffs. It's quick, a quick turnaround. So good luck in the next match.
Thank you.
And back to the desk.
Thank you, Aaron and 10909 Cutting Edge. Good luck this weekend at the competition. Congratulations on that match 5 victory. Hopefully staying alive and moving on. We're going to go back to the field for match 6, where once again we're going to stay in the lower bracket. Then we'll move back up to match 7 to see Alliance's 1 and 4 playoff. Back to the field.
Well, like the song says, it's always a good time on the field, and it seems like it's a good time to introduce our Green Alliance, starting with Team 7900.
Trial and Terror.
They are joined in their greenery by Team 6318.
Freedom Engineers.
And ever stylish and green, it's 8701.
Graffiti.
Over onto the blue side of the field. Let's hear it for the power of 2062.
Core.
At the core of this team is Team 93.
New Apple Corps.
And finally, we've got Team 2202.
Beast Robotics.
We are good to start this match in 3, 2, 1, go!
20 seconds of autonomous loaded on the clock. let's see who is going to be taking home this match and who's going to be going home after this match. We have Alliance 6 in blue, Alliance 7 in red. Blue Alliance with a steady early lead so far, with shots coming in from that Red Alliance human players. Coming out of Autonomous, Blue Alliance is going to have a narrow lead, which means they're going to lose their hub in a couple of seconds, and Red Alliance is going to have the only active hub on that Blue Alliance core, and Beast Robotics squeezing every second out of the transition period. As Team 93, their last match, they broke their intake on the field. Looks like they made some quick repairs to get that back together, and they are successfully intaking fuel. On that Red Alliance over there, 6318 was firing some fuel there. On the Blue Alliance, there's some defense being played on these blue robots by Trial and Terror, really putting the terror in their name, trying to stop Core from shooting. Blue Alliance still has a pretty narrow lead here in match 6, but anything can happen here in First Robotics. In the middle of the field, 8701 Graffiti. Looks like they're playing some defense, or trying to. And they're also trying to push some fuel on that Red Alliance side. And they push their teammates off of some fuel there. As Graffiti pushes some fuel also into that outpost, slowly making a comeback, but will it be enough? As Blue Alliance, they strike with some fuel into that hub, of course. 2202 Beast Robotics, they had a first leadership award finalist go to state, and they won the 2026 Mwanago Gracious Professionalism Award. Here at MROC, trying to advance from match 6. Don't want to go home yet, as 30 seconds left in this endgame. Trial and Terror's bumpers are off in the middle of the field. And 93, who are we? 93, firing some fuel at that hub. Same for Beast. Blue Alliance with a pretty comfortable lead already coming into the later stages of this match. Red Alliance trying to just get some last second points here. 3, 2, 1. Buzzer sounds and time expires. Before we announce these scores for this next match, concessions has moved up to the small room only. And looks like scores are ready, so we're going to post them. And this match is going to go to the Blue Alliance. They cash in and get the victory, 191-36. Please give a huge round of applause to 6318, 8701, and 7900. As our Blue Alliance is going to move on to lower bracket round 3, match 9.
And that concludes our 2 lower bracket matches. Unfortunately, Alliances 7 and 8 have been eliminated from the playoffs. Ryder, though, looking at Alliance 6 there in blue, what did we think?
Yeah, I mean, we saw some struggles early, but an Alliance that put up ultimately a good score of about 193, led by the shooting power of 2202 and 93.
Definitely. I'm very impressed with 93. Just like some other robots we've looked at this weekend, notably Ferrodermis, who ranked very well. 93 is another one of those tall, big dumpers. They have infinite, hopper space, and they slowly intake balls, but once they park and just let everything out, it maximizes their scoring potential.
For sure, yeah. And I think we saw that kind of later in the match. But what I thought was interesting is Alliance 7 kind of kept it close through these first couple of shifts, mainly due to their double defense that they played on 93. Trying to play defense on a robot that doesn't have a turret, can't shoot that well defended, but still 93 found a way, and we saw them take the match, obviously.
Definitely, that they did, and they nearly upset Alliance 3 in that first round, so I'm not too surprised they were able to hang on in this lower bracket match. They stay alive. They have another chance coming quite soon in the next lower bracket round. We did have a chance to interview Team 93, so we're going to go down to the field and see what they had to say with Aaron.
All right, we're here with Alliance 6, 93. How'd the last match go?
The last match actually went pretty well, all things considered. We held it by about 30 points when our robot, which was supposed to be the main scorer, actually had its intake ripped in half. We left it on the field.
So going into this next match, that's going to get fixed, right?
It's already been fixed.
Awesome, great news to hear.
That was one of the things that we designed it into. There's little metal knuckles that just 4 bolts out and it's new ones back in. With this one, it's going to be, we're not too worried about the match as much, so it's going to be trying to protect the robots a little more, kind of go soft on them. Obviously, we're still going to try and give it our all out there, but it's going to be a little less aggressive.
Awesome. Well, good luck, 93 in Alliance 6, and back to the desk.
Absolutely. How terrifying that has to be to lose your intake with a quick turnaround. But talk about that. That's quite impressive. Be able, within a couple matches, get a new one on there, be ready to take a field, and win the next match.
Yeah, for sure. Those are some of the most stressful moments out there as a student, even as a mentor sometimes. Watching your students go to work on those robots can be quite stressful.
For sure. Being able to prevail under pressure is truly a heroic attribute. We're going to go back to the field to see Alliances 1 and 4 face off.
Alrighty, let's meet our teams for this next match. First team on red, they're in their rookie season. Please give it up for 11-2-58.
A family community team from Middleton, Wisconsin. That's the Honey Badgers.
In the middle station, 2026 Lakeland and Appleton winners. Please give it up for 1306.
Also hailing from Middleton, Wisconsin, Badger Bots.
Last team on this Red Alliance. They have been finalists for the past 3 years here at this event. Can they get it done today? We're going to find out. Please give it up for 1714.
Proudly representing St. Thomas More High School in Milwaukee, More Robotics.
Alrighty, first team on this Blue Alliance. They won this event back in 2024. Please give it up for 1091.
Who gets it done? 1091. That's Oriole Assault from Hartford.
Team in the middle station. They won this event back in 2022. Please give it up for 1792.
Boarding the robot called Atlas, Round Table Robotics.
Last team on this Blue Alliance. They were finalists here last year. Please give it up for 1220.
That's the Rock Hoppers from Divine Savior Holy Angels and Marquette University High Schools in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
We got thumbs up. Let's begin this match in 3, 2, 1, go!
Back in the upper bracket, both alliances looking to maintain their advantage as we move through the playoff tournament. 17-14, More Robotics showing you why they were the first overall pick here in the playoffs. Back into the neutral zone once again, scooping up more fuel. Their partners, Badger Bots, laying it into the red hub, but 1792 for Blue has been filling up that blue hub as well. And just 3 points separating these alliances as we enter into driver control period. 1306 getting some more fuel into that red hub during the transition. Now all eyes over to the blue side of the field. 1792 filling up with fuel, as is 1220, maybe taking a bit of a defensive position. No blue robots in the blue side of the field, despite the blue hub being active. Red doing a good job keeping them away and preventing blue from scoring during their active period. That's going to give red an advantage, as Moore and the Badger bots are already locked and loaded, getting 2 quick volleys of fuel. 1091 for blue, sporting a defensive mechanism on their robot, trying to block 1306, but taking shelter underneath that red trench. 1306 is not making a difference for them. They are continuing to score. Minute 15 left here in the match. 1792 trying to fight through the defense of the Honey Badgers. They get past, and now that turret mechanism locks on to the blue hub, firing fuel up in the air. But the Red Alliance has come out to a pretty commanding lead. 1792's got a lot of work ahead of them if they're going to close this gap. Here comes red once more. Speaking of more, 1714 empties their robot into the red hub. 1306 trying to do the same. Perhaps a bit of a jam going on in their robot. Now they go to the other side of the field as 1091, again, trying to use that blocker mechanism to stop Badger bots from shooting. Badger bots making it up and in. And as we head down to the end game, Red Alliance knocking on the door of 400 points. Blues over 100. This lead might be too much for them to overtake. 1792 is stuttering around in the middle, perhaps browning out their battery. They're going to try to make it up over that bump. 1220, the Rockhoppers, pouring a couple in as well to help blue, but Red Alliance is putting on a clinic here, folks. And as we wind down to the last few seconds, they continue to score here in our upper bracket, match number 7. Scores are in for that match. This one's going home to your Red Alliance with a score of 452 to Blues 98. That means Alliance number 1 is going to continue on in your upper bracket. It's not the end of the day yet for Alliance 4. They will be moving on in the lower bracket to match number 9.
An impressive showing by Alliance 1, but fear not, Alliance 4 still has a chance to make their case in the lower bracket. That Alliance 1, within striking distance of our event high score, only 15 points shy of it. Let's jump into the match footage. Something I want to point out about 1306, their auto doesn't quite go as planned. They end up stuck against the hub right here, and teams have an option to hit the A stop. It just stops their auto right where it's at. They come back as soon as teleop begins. However, 1306 doesn't do that. They wait it out. They say it's going to be okay. And what happens? Because they have this double sweep auto, the second sweep still hits. They're able to make it back to the Red Alliance zone and finish the auto and just squeak out a win in the autonomous period to delay to first going in the second shift. Ryder, what do you think on that?
Certainly had an effect. as we can see here, Honey Badgers beelined it right to that Blue Alliance zone. Reason being, we're trying to keep, as the Red Alliance, trying to keep 1792, high-scoring robot, out of that zone. We see their entire first shift pass without them shooting a single shot up into the hub. Certainly had an effect.
Absolutely, and due to their height, they don't have that trench option to make it back to the Blue Alliance zone. So that shutdown defense by Honey Badgers, just occupying those bumps, really does make it difficult. We want to go back and highlight 1306 a little bit more. Aaron had the chance to interview them before Match 7 took place. We're going to go down to the field and see what they had to say with Aaron.
All right, we're here with Alliance 1, 1306. How'd the last match go?
Yeah, our last match was pretty good for us. We were able to score over 400 points. Yeah.
That's a pretty high score for this event, so congrats.
Thank you. Together with more robotics and us, we're both dumper robots. We're able to score just a ton of points in that hub. And we have our honey badgers right here playing defense on the other side. And yeah, it's been
any big changes going into this next match?
We're not really changing a whole ton.
Okay.
We're just making sure that our robot works really good. We're doing all our checks and stuff. Yeah, just making sure we're reliable.
No, definitely and very important. So good luck Alliance 1. Good luck 1306 in your next match.
Alliance 1 leading the pack, still in the upper bracket. 1306 still undefeated. An impressive 12-0 record this weekend. Though the job's not done, still need to play match 11 before making it to finals. Ryder, any finishing thoughts?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Obviously, we're coming close to that event high score. I think that we see that top pretty soon here. Maybe in that match 11, we'll have to take a look.
I have to agree. I'm really excited to see what the rest of the tournament has to bring us. Let's go down to the field for match 8.
All right, it's time to introduce our teams for this next match, beginning with the beautiful purple team 6643.
They're small but mighty. That's Walnuts and Bolts.
Over in the middle, we've got team 6574.
From Whitewater High School, Farrah Dermis.
And on top of the competition, it's going to be team 1732.
From Divine Savior Holy Angels and Marquette University High Schools, out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Hilltopper Robotics.
Over on the blue side of the field, we've got the Banana Team 6381.
Beer the Beard from Sheboygan, Red Raider Robotics.
Looking to shift things in their favor, it's Team 1259.
They're the pride of Pewaukee, Paradigm Shift.
And our glorious hosts, Team 930.
From right here in McGuanago, that's the McGuanago Bears.
Our alliances were ready to go. Let's get it started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go, match number 8, still in the upper bracket. Both alliances will be playing at least one more time, but they want to stay up high. Speaking of up high, 930 launch and fuel up into that active blue hub. The same from the red side. Here comes Ferrodermis with that full hopper. They start to unload into the active red hub, joined by Hilltoppers. Very close here as we enter into teleoperated mode, 56-54. 2 points separating these two alliances. Now 930 with a hopper full of fuel makes their way back. Blue has the first active shift. They take aim, start to fire up in the air. Their partners, though, 1259, may be stuck, not moving quite well. There goes paradigm shift. Blue is going to need all the firepower they can get to keep pace with this red alliance. 1259 now taking aim from the blue tower area, continuing to pour it into the active blue hub. Blue has a slight advantage, but red was ready to go. 1732, the Hilltoppers, showing you why they won 3 blue banners this year in the Win District. Continuing to take aim with that turret mechanism. Their partners, Ferrodermis, jostling that fuel around inside their robot to clear up any jams and continuing to shoot in there. Red Raider Robotics, the Sheboygan machine, playing some heavy defense. They're taking aim at Ferrodermis with that fixed shooter. Now, blue goes active. 930 stuffed to the gills with fuel, making that high arc up in the air, landing inside of that active blue hub. As they empty, here comes their partners, Paradigm Shift. Turret mechanism a little bit off, overshooting that. We'll see if they're able to dial it in and get fuel into the hub. Red Alliance already up by 20 and looking for more. 65-74 trying to pick up some of that fuel they've got stashed away as we enter in the last 45 seconds of the match. Their partners, Walnuts and Bolts, maybe playing a little counter defense, trying to keep Red Raider away from Ferrodermis. Hilltoppers now over near the red human player station, and a stream of fuel comes in from that robot. Under 30 seconds. Blue trying to chip away at the Red Alliance's lead. 930 making their way out once more into the neutral zone, picking up fuel from behind that blue hub. Their partners, Red Raider, adding into the scoring. Both alliances over 200 points, but Red starting to pull away with under 10 seconds left to play. 930's got a full hopper load. They're going to unload it as match number 8 comes to an end. All right, that match was pretty close at the beginning, but in the end, Red Alliance pulled out the win. 302 to 249. That's going to keep Alliance number 2 in your upper bracket, headed to match 11. Alliance number 3 falls to the lower bracket. We'll see them again in match number 10.
Wow, another great match. Alliance 2 taking the victory. They're going to move on to match 11, where we will see Alliances 1 and 2 face off. Ryder, I thought this was a really close match.
Yeah, and starts close right away, right at the end of auto here. We are looking at a match score. We are looking at a difference of 2 in the match score here. Obviously, it swings in Red's favor. Definitely gave them advantage at the end where they were able to just pile on the points. Kind of gave them the upper hand.
Absolutely. I also think that auto may have been a little lower than what we've seen from both of these alliances. Possibly just not grabbing the fuel from the middle that they normally do, maybe missing some shots. But it did keep this match very close from the get-go. In particular, I think Hilltopper's ability to maneuver out of some of the defense that 63-81 Red Raider Robotics was playing on them is what made the difference here.
100%, and I agree. We did have an interview with 1732, so let's take you guys to Aaron on the field.
The Lions 2, 1732. How did the last match go for you guys?
The last match, pretty much how we wanted it to. We saw a little bit of defense, so I think that was good for us to adjust because we know we're going to be seeing a lot more as we go deeper into playoffs.
Any big changes going into the next match for you guys, for your Lions?
Biggest change is we're going to have Walnuts and Bullets. We're going to have them start playing a little more defense. Just kind of get practice so that if we do meet one of the higher ranked teams, then they're going to be good to go and play solid defense.
Awesome. Well, good luck at 732 and the Lions too. Back to the desk.
Thank you, Aaron and Hilltoppers. I think that this Alliance 3 can claw back in the lower bracket. They're not done quite yet, but this Alliance 2 is hungry. I think we're in for a treat in match 11.
I agree. I think that match is going to be very close, closer than we've seen some of these other matches. So
absolutely, and depending on match 11, somebody is going to have to go down into the lower bracket and possibly face this Alliance 3. That could be quite the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it's a strong alliance with our host team 930 as well as their partners. So
anything can happen, and still about half of our alliances are in the running to make their case to win MROC. We're going to take it back to the field for our next match. Let's go down.
It's time to start introducing our teams for semifinals 9, beginning with Alliance number 4 and our team 1091.
From Hartford, Wisconsin, Oriole Assaults.
They are going to be joined by team 1792.
Roundtable Robotics from Oak Creek, Wisconsin.
And team number 3 of Alliance number 4 is going to be team 1220.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Rock Hoppers.
Making our way down the field over to the Blue Alliance. We're going to start off with team 2062.
From Waukesha, Wisconsin, Core.
And joining them is team 93.
New Apple Corps from Appleton, Wisconsin.
They're a beast of a team. It's 2022. 2202, my bad.
From Brookfield, Wisconsin, Beast Robotics.
Once again, we have Alliance 4 facing off against Alliance 6. Usually these middle ground alliances and the playoffs are some stiff competition for each other, and we get some close matches, so it's bound to be exciting. We're going to get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
We are off for lower bracket round 3, match 9. Winner moves on to playoff match 12. Loser packs up and is done at this competition. For Blue Alliance, we have 2 robots in the middle of the field not moving. 3 of them, actually, sorry. From that Red Alliance, robots firing fuel at that hub. Red Alliance is going to have a healthy lead early on in this match. Blue Alliance, will they have an answer? They're going to get that first active hub. Oriole Assault 1091 of Alliance 4 coming over and not going to let this Blue Alliance ride easy. They're going to start playing some defense against Core, and looks like Beast in the middle of the field, 1792. They went to Worlds this year, and they were on the Johnson division. They were Alliance 2 captains, and they made it all the way to playoff match, I think 12 if I'm not mistaken. Amazing year by 1792, trying to fire out of that robot, but it looks like some fuel might be stuck in there. But a shot from the human player that misses, unfortunately for them. Team 93, who are we? New Apple Corps. They're playing some hard defense against a red robot in the corner. Blue Alliance's turn now at an active hub. They have about a 40-point lead to make up, and it is 100% possible, but they're not going to have it easy as Oriole Assault continuing to play hard defense against that Blue Alliance. This alliance made up of 2 orange teams, Core and Beast, looking to win this match and continue on. But the Red Alliance is a very strong and tough competitor and not going to go down without a fight as Rock Hoppers 1220 firing some fuel there. Coming up on the end of Red Alliance's shift, which means both hubs are going to be active. Team 93, they're waiting there. They are ready, and they are starting to fire at that hub, making a comeback versus that Red Alliance. And oh my goodness, it is within a couple points here at MROC. Red Alliance pulls back away. Will Blue Alliance have an answer? Red Alliance over here, 1792, struggling to shoot. Same for Rock Hoppers. Blue Alliance, they are pouring on the field. It is coming down to the wire here. Blue Alliance takes the lead, 2-1. Time expires of an electric match here at MROC. Alrighty, we have some scores. And here we go. It is the Red Alliance. They win and take it home, 128 to 122. Oh my chaos. Please join me in giving a round of applause to Alliance 6, 2202, Team 93 and 2062. You're going to see that red alliance, Alliance 4, moving on to lower bracket round 4, match 12.
All right, while their last robot's getting set up here, we're going to start introducing our teams, beginning with our Alliance number 3 and Team 6381.
Red Raider Robotics.
They are joined by their teammates 1259.
Alliance 3 Captain Paradigm Shift.
And finishing off this alliance, it's going to be Team 930.
Mukwonago Bears.
Now on over to our Alliance number 5, beginning with Team 706.
Alliance 5 Captain Cyberhawks.
And they're joined by their boxing teammates 10909.
Rookie Team Cutting Edge.
And finishing off this alliance is the substitution team 9993.
Newer Apple Core.
We've got our thumbs up. We'll get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
We have rebuilt the field, and here we go for match 10 of our playoffs. Alliance 3 in red, Alliance 5 in blue. Winner moves on to match 12, I believe, and loser goes home, unfortunately. Some amazing robots will be eliminated out of this tournament. Red Alliance is going to have an early lead of 12 points, and disaster already for Paradigm Shift, the machine from Pewaukee, and your 2026 Seven Rivers District winners. They are down for the count as of right now, not moving. Some hard defense being played on 930. The newer Apple Corp's machine trying to stop them from going over that bump and being shut down as of right now. Blue Alliance active hub trying to regain this lead with 3 seconds left. The rookie team Cutting Edge over there intaking some fuel. On this Red Alliance, only the human players shooting so far, but 930, your hometown heroes on that Red Alliance side getting ready. And it looks like Red Raider is going to line up and start firing at that active hub as we're ending this sequence, and we're going to start the Blue Alliance hub in a couple seconds. Here we go. Red Raider comes over, gives Cyberhawks a push. Cyberhawks trying. Looks like they're going to try to fire at that hub. Nothing's coming out yet. Might be having some problems as they push fuel into that outpost. Cutting Edge, same story, firing fuel at that hub. Unfortunately, missing shots. 55 seconds left in this match. One Red Alliance robot down. Still 2 left, though. That's your captain. It also looks like newer Apple Corps is out for the Blue Alliance. We have 4 robots moving here in this match. A very low-scoring match so far, as Red Alliance extending their lead even more. Cutting Edge starting to fire at that active hub. Red Alliance still having the lead of about 50 points. Blue Alliance making a tiny comeback so far. Not going to go out without a fight. 15 seconds left in this match. Some more shots from that rookie team Cutting Edge. That team being from Madison, Wisconsin. As we come to the end of this match, 3, 2, 1. A spectacular end to that match. Alrighty. We got some scores for that last match. Here we go. And it's going to go to the Red Alliance. They take home, they surge ahead. Blue, and the score is 125-73. Please join me in giving a huge round of applause to Alliance 5, made up of your captain 706, 99990, and then 10909 and 9993. We're going to see Red Alliance in lower bracket round 4, match 12.
And that ends match 10. Alliance 3 hanging on in a bit of a nail biter. That alliance is going to continue on. Ryder, what do we think?
Yeah, I mean, I saw a lot this match. Specifically, right out of the gate, we see 1259 kind of pause in this spot during auto. And we do not see them move from this spot for the entire rest of the match. Kind of contributed to that low score by Red. However, like you said, they're moving on. They scored just enough to squeak by out of there.
Absolutely. I do think that, that made a difference, but also shows some resilience that Red was able to hang on despite being down one of their main scorers. What I really appreciate later in the match is that you see 63-81 pivot from this defense and recognize that 1259 is out. They're not coming back. Say, okay, we need to do a little bit of scoring. It's right here that you see them go shoot, and they're not one of these big dumpers, but they shoot their nice little handful, and they say, okay, we just need enough to win this thing. They throw a little bit in, and they're consistent. They make everything. And I think this is the turning point of the match right here.
100%. And 930 kind of turned it on at the end there as well. Got a couple good dumps into the hub. So
absolutely. Towards the end of the match, 930 was pivotal. We did have a chance to speak with them, so we're going to send it down to the field and see what they had to say.
We're here with Alliance 3, 930. How was that last match for you guys?
Not too bad. Sadly, one of our alliance partners was not working for most of the match. However, we kept it close and we definitely performed very well.
With that change, how are you going into this next match?
We're going to give it our 100%. We're going to go as hard as we can, as well as we can, as strong as we can.
No, hey, there you go. That's the effort, right? It's playoffs. There's a lot of bumps and bruises along the way, so you might as well go out and have fun, right?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, good luck to 930, Alliance 3. Back to the desk.
930, Alliance 3, hanging on. They are going to proceed to match 12. That's great.
Yeah, I mean, like it was said in the interview, as hard as they can, as long as they can. We said that they kind of turned it on in the later half of the match here. We can see them kind of unloading. They have that really, really wide dumper. Kind of helps them get a lot of volume in terms of fuel scored.
Absolutely, and this is the robot that made it to Newton Finals at the first championship, and they're on Alliance 3. This is a deep competition. If 930 is on and they're going, man, we're in for a good rest of playoffs.
Yeah, we'll see if 1259 can get their robot fixed while we have a couple breaks here, and we'll turn it back to the field now.
Absolutely. We're going to go down there for the backpack drive, so we will cut it back to field and then continue with our next match.
Hello, everyone. Hi. How is everyone enjoying MROC? Good? Yes. Okay.
So, like every MROC, we have hosted a backpack drive this year, and we have collected 25 backpacks due to all of your generosity. So give a hand to yourself for that. And this year, as in past years, we have partnered with the Milwaukee Cross Trainers Academy, and they are here to collect the backpack. So give them a warm welcome for coming out today. The Milwaukee Cross Trainers Academy will use these backpacks to benefit the Milwaukee community by providing students from that community with education, and your backpacks will contribute to that. So thank you all once again, and let's get back to the play.
It looks like we've got all of our drive teams on the field. It's time to introduce our number 1 alliance, beginning with a team who's sweet as honey and fierce as a badger, 11258.
From Middleton, Wisconsin, that's the Honey Badgers.
They're here to defend their number 1 title, just like Gimli defended Helm's Deep. It's 1306.
They're building on talented students. That's the Badger Bots.
And here to help out the team and give more of a helping hand, it's 1714.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, for Robotics.
Over on our blue side of the field, let's meet our number 2 alliance, starting off with 6643.
Proudly representing Walden 3 High School, Walnuts and Bolts.
They are joined by team 9991.
Making their debut in the playoffs here from Brookfield, that's Beast Squared.
And shaking off the competition, it's 6574.
They're the pride of Whitewater, Dermis.
Both alliances are ready to put on a show in 3, 2, 1, go!
Alliance 1 in red, 2 in blue. Could this be a preview of your MROC finals? Only time will tell. Over on red, 2 steady streams of fuel coming in, courtesy of the Badger Bots and more Robotics. Now on the blue side, 6574, unloading that hopper up into blue with the captain 1732 sideline for this match. 6574 is going to be your primary scorer. They've got their work cut out ahead of them. Honey Badgers already in a defensive position for the Red Alliance. They're preventing 6574 from getting up over that bump. As a tall robot, they are not able to traverse underneath those trenches. That means that they need to go over that bump. And right now, Honey Badgers are shutting down Ferrodermis. We'll see if they can get some support from their alliance partners to get up and over to try to score. But now over on red, uncontested, Badger Bots streaming fuel in from the Red Alliance side. More Robotics doing the same. 6643, signal light flashing at their driver station means they are not connected to the field. That's going to allow more Robotics to run free and Badger Bots as well, cleaning up fuel over along the red station wall. Now facing a little bit of defense from B squared. As Ferrodermis, they were able to navigate into the blue alliance zone, now scoring up and over Honey Badgers. Honey Badgers trying to knock Ferrodermis off their mark, getting in their way a little bit as B squared maybe trying to play counter defense, keeping the Honey Badgers away. Heavy hit from Badger Bots as well, a little opportunistic defense being played on Ferrodermis. But now it's raining fuel on the red side as we head down under a minute left. Red Alliance is putting on a scoring clinic here in match 11. They want to punch their ticket to the MROC finals right now. 10 seconds left in their active shift, and Red Alliance already over 400 points here in match 11. Endgame is here. Ferrodermis finally into an optimal position to score fuel. Now they look to fill up once again. There's a lot of fuel near that blue depot. With 20 seconds left, they're going to try to collect it and score from the far corner. But Moore and Badgerbots outgunning Ferrodermis here in the last 10 seconds, knocking on the door of 500 points with 3, 2, 1. We might have set a new event high score here. Stay tuned for match 11 results. All right, scores are in there for match 11. This one's going to your Red Alliance with 571 points, blowing away the previous high score here at MROC. Penalty-free, Alliance number 1 is moving on to the finals. Alliance number 2 will look to punch their ticket as they move on to match number 13 in the lower bracket.
Our first look at Alliances 1 versus 2, of course joined by Ryder, and from Team 1091, Ozzy Jr. That was a great match. Our event high score, 570 points. Wow. Ryder, what did you see?
Yeah, I mean, we'll get back to that event high score in a second here. But what I would like to highlight right out of the gate is the defense being played by that upper alliance, right? We see Honey Badgers, team 11258, beeline it right to this blue zone, and they are focusing 65-74, just holding them out of that area.
I recall back in match 7, the last time we saw this Alliance 1 play, they were able to hold Roundtable, team 1792, also out of their zone for a full scoring shift, just as they do here against Ferrodermis. What do you think about that defense?
Yeah, that defense, I mean, it makes a true difference, because now you see, instead of shuttling more pieces over, maybe preparing for the next scoring shift, 65-74 has to sit there and wait there with that full hopper that they didn't get to have the opportunity to shoot first, which kind of harms the ball storage along the back alliance wall, whereas we see Red had a stockpile at the start of this shift and then is able to just get out into the middle and reclaim all those game pieces right back.
Absolutely. And of course, we have to address that the Blue Alliance, Alliance 2, did call in a backup 99-91 Beast squared, hoping to see Hilltoppers get back running. They are not out of this competition yet. They still have a chance in the lower bracket. They're going to move on to match 13.
For sure. Another key contributor in that match, Team 1714. We did have an interview take place with them. Let's send you guys down to Aaron.
The numbers we were expecting to do, everything went pretty much according to plan, and a few breakage, a few hiccups that we're going to clean up here. Should be fine.
Were you able to fix those breaks before this next match, or are those going to change your strategy going into the next match?
The breaks should be fixed. Everything within the strategic aspect of the game and our robot, everything should be fixed. We should all be playing up to par and hopefully give our best effort.
Awesome. Going into this next match, any changes from Alliance 1?
Quite possibly, maybe not want to give anything too specific, but we do have a plan and we have a little strategic change that we might want to do. Don't really want to say too much now,
all right.
But you'll see during the match.
Good luck to Alliance 1 and good luck to 1714. Back to the desk.
A goal of playing up to par for that last match. And wow, they absolutely lived up to that expectation.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, just a very great showing from our first finalist team. Let's send it back to the field for our next match 12.
Definitely. Thank you, Ryder. Thank you, Ozzy.
We are ready to meet our teams for the start of round number 4. This is going to be match 12, beginning with team 6381.
From Sheboygan, Wisconsin, Red Raider Robotics.
They are joined by team 1259.
From Pewaukee, Wisconsin, Paradigm Shift.
And once again, back to team 930.
From Mukwonago, Wisconsin, Mukwonago Bears.
Taking a gander on over to our blue side of the field, we're going to start with team 1091.
Oriole Salt from Hartford, Wisconsin.
With a seat at the table, it's team 1792.
Roundtable Robotics from Oak Creek, Wisconsin.
And joining them is team 1220.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Rock Hoppers.
In that last match, we had Alliance 1 versus 2. In this match, we've got Alliance 3 versus 4. That often happens in these playoffs. Both alliances are ready. Let's get it going in 3, 2, 1, go.
2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Here we go. Winner moves on to match 13. Losers going and packing their stuff and going home. Both alliances went to the middle of the field and grabbed some fuel. Paradigm Shift having some more problems being stuck on that bump, but no worries as their teammate 930 shooting some fuel. Red Alliance is going to have the lead coming out of Autonomous. Red Alliance in the transition period is about to lose that hub, which means Blue Alliance's turn with the only active hub on the field. Roundtable Robotics having some more struggles with their robot, trying to shoot at that hub. They've been having struggles all competition and trying to overcome them in this match. But don't worry, Rock Hoppers shooting some fuel into that hub. Red Alliance's turn now. On that Red Alliance side, some human players firing at that hub. But 930 with that style of robot that can shoot about 50 balls in about a couple seconds is just shooting at that hub pretty quick there. But some defense from Oriole Assault. Now it is Blue Alliance's turn with that active hub. Roundtable still having struggles trying to get that fuel into their shooter, trying to feed it. But some good defense from Red Raider Robotics on Rock Hoppers, shutting down that team. As now Roundtable gets stuck on the bump. Oh my, some bad luck for them. Looks like on Roundtable their intake roller has broken. Red Alliance's turn with an active hub, trying to seize the opportunity. 930, of course, firing. And the machine from Pewaukee, Paradigm Shift, trying to feed that shooter and just not being able to. Red Alliance with a pretty good lead so far, about 40 as we come into our end game with 30 seconds left on the clock. Same story. different time. Rock Hoppers continuing to fire. Roundtable with that broken intake, still being able to intake, which is very impressive to see. 10 seconds left in this match. Red Alliance with a comfortable lead, just trying to put it away, but Blue Alliance making a tiny comeback. 4, 3, 2, 1. Time expires. We got some scores for that last match. Bullseye, it goes to the Red Alliance. Alliance 3 takes it home, 95-63. Please give a huge congratulations to this Alliance 4, made up of 12-20, 17-92, and 10-91. We are going to see Alliance 3 in lower bracket round 5, match 13 next.
Alliance 3 stays alive. Alliance 4, thank you for playing. Congratulations to teams 12-20, 17-92, and 10-91. Ryder, how about that match?
Yeah, I mean, a close one. Only a 30-point difference, but low scoring. In these types of matches, the name of the game, defense, right? Right out of auto here, we're going to see Team 6381 come flying across the field. They are right here on Roundtable's bumpers, just causing as much disruption as possible as Blue has that first scoring shift. As soon as Roundtable kind of gets away from him, we see him switch to 12-20 down here at the bottom. Obviously, 1792 with that turret, a little bit tougher to defend.
Absolutely. I think you're completely right. The importance of defense in these matches, points taken away are points earned. And that 30-point differential may seem like a lot, but in this match, not a lot of points scored all around. Very close match. Alliance 3 stays alive. They're going to match 13, where they will face Alliance number 2. We did have a chance to talk to 1259 Paradigm Shift, who's been pretty consistently good this weekend. We're going to kick it back to the field where Aaron had a chance to speak to them before match 12.
How did you guys' last match go? We ended up winning our last match. Unfortunately, we were disabled for most of it because of a radio power issue. We fixed that, double-checked everything, made sure that's all working, so we're ready to perform the best we can in this next match. Right now, system checks, it's all systems go? What? Right now, system checks, all systems go? Cool. Any changes for you guys or the Alliance going into this next match? We're going to try and do what we normally do, maybe play a little bit defense on Team 1792 Roundtable, because that's the main scorer. That tall robot. Yes. Bump robot. Yeah, the bump-only robot. We're going to try and guard those and then see what we do. Awesome. Well, good luck to Alliance 4 or Alliance 3 and 1259. Back to the desk.
All right, while we give those teams a chance to go and repair their robots, get their batteries charged and whatnot in their pits, it's time to do our raffle. So we're going to start off with our first pull for the #1 Blue Alliance Mini Toolbox Kit. And our winning ticket is Kristen Mentz with number 718956. Again, 718956, Kristen Mentz. Our number 2 is going to be our Red Alliance Mini Toolbox Kit. This one goes to Pearl with ticket 718130. That's 718130. Next up, we have our Dockhounds basket. This is going to go to Dave Gottfried. Ticket number 718655. 718655. We've got our Kendra Scott jewelry basket. This one is going to go to, looks like Brenda, with ticket number 718639. That's 718639. We have basket number 5, our Wisconsin treat basket. It's going to go to Aaron Lowry with 718811. Our next basket is the novelty sock and gift card basket. That one's going to go to James Colan, can't quite read the last name, but James something or other, 718339. 718339, James. Next up, we've got our sourdough bread basket, which is going to go to Heim with ticket number 718326. That's 718326. Number 8 is our Nido and Squishamillo basket. This one's also going to Pearl with ticket 718123. 718123. We're starting on those coveted Milwaukee Tool Buckets now with Milwaukee Tool Bucket number 1, which is going to go to Missy Carmichael with ticket 718917. 718917. Milwaukee Tool Bucket number 2 is going to go to Eric Ken something or other, can't quite read it, from Wave. 718550. That's 718550, Eric from Wave. Milwaukee Tool Bucket number 3 is going to go to, looks like something D, Jonas D, John D, something around that. 718074. 718074. Now we've got our Milwaukee Tool bag number 1, which is going to go another one for Heim with ticket 718321. That's 718321. And Milwaukee Tool bag number 2 is going to go to Joe Lambie with ticket 718105. 718105. On to that summer fun basket next, which is going to go to Denise with ticket 718304. That's 718304, Denise. The cat basket / crate is going to go to Colleen Ryan with ticket 718826. 718826. Another one of our coveted ones, the Packers preseason basket, is going to go to Bruce Parker with ticket 718156. 718156. We've got our puzzle and game basket next, which is going to go to Colleen R. with ticket 718951. 718951. And we've got our beauty basket, which is going to Nathan C. Nathan C. 718592. 718592. And for basket number 19, our beauty basket, that's going to go to Linda Perez, with ticket 718364. 718364. And then last is our skincare basket, which is going to Jacob Lee, with ticket 718851. All right, we'll get prepped for our next matches coming up shortly. Well, in our last match, we saw teams 2 versus 3. And now we're seeing 3 versus 4. Now we've got 2 versus 3. Let's find out who's on our number 2 alliance this round, starting off with team 9991.
Beast Squared.
Joining them is going to be team 6574.
From Whitewater, Wisconsin, we got Ferrodermis.
And topping off this alliance, it's 1732.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, we got Hilltopper Robotics.
Over to the number 3 alliance on the blue side of the field. We're going to start off by introducing our Vikings on team 6381.
From Sheboygan, Wisconsin, Red Raider Robotics.
Standing tall next to them is team 1259.
From Pewaukee, Wisconsin, Paradigm Shift.
By now, everybody knows this team. It's team 930.
From Mukwonago, Wisconsin, the Mukwonago Bears.
We're ready to rock and roll in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification. Well, not qualification. Playoff match 13. Sorry about that one. Winner gets to go to finals. Loser, they finish in 3rd place at this MROC competition on the Red Alliance. Ferrodermis firing fuel into that hub as always. Looks like Hilltopper was having some problems, but that is no problem for that Red Alliance as they have a very comfortable lead early on in this match. Looks like Hilltopper got their problems fixed, and they are here to win this match. Blue Alliance, they get that active hub first, but man, Beast Squared is playing some great defense on that Blue Alliance side. Red Raider Robotics lining up, and as always, firing fuel at that hub. Paradigm Shift might be having problems also as they cannot intake, it looks like. Red Alliance's turn, though, for your state champions back-to-back. Hilltopper Robotics firing some fuel into that hub. They have a turret on their robot that allows them to move and shoot fuel at the same time. It has worked amazing for them this season as they went to Worlds. They were captain of the Alliance 5, and they are here and not messing around. Blue Alliance, Red Raider Robotics, the machine from Sheboygan, Wisconsin, Fear the beard. That is their saying as they keep firing fuel. 12:59 and 9:30 might be having problems as they have not been outputting a bunch of fuel yet in this match. And that shift is done for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance seizing the opportunity here at MROC and taking every fuel they can get in the hub. Ferrodermis coming over the bump. They were finalists at Seven Rivers. Winner gets to go face Alliance 1 in this after this match here. 30 seconds left in this match. Same story, different time for both alliances, just firing fuel. Red Alliance putting the nail in the coffin, putting it away in this match as they surpass 270 points there for a second. Coming to the end of this match, 4, 3, 2, 1. Robots come to a halt and we will have scores soon. Alrighty, we got scores for that last match. Jackpot! It goes to the Red Alliance, 282 to 74. Please give a huge round of applause to our Alliance 3, made up of 1259 Paradigm Shift, 930 the Mukwonago Bears, and 6381 Red Raider Robotics. We will see Alliance 2 in finals.
Well, now that we have our second...
Another great match, and we are on to the finals, where we will see Alliances 1 and 2 face off. Thank you, Alliance 3, for your great efforts this afternoon. Shout out to teams 1259, 930, and 6381. Ryder, what do we think on that one?
Yeah, I mean, it was the 1732 show. Right out of auto here, we see some issues from 6574 shooter. We'll skip to Red's first shift here. But 1732, kind of just scoring as much as they can.
Right after a match off, some technical difficulties, get those bugs worked out, and they come right back, step in when their friends need a little help from them, and not only do they clutch the win, but they do a little extra, and that secures the win for Alliance 2 to get them to the finals. Hilltoppers, the MROC winners from last year as well.
Yeah, 1732. We talked to them on the field before that match. Let's hear what they had to say. Taking you to Aaron.
What's your strategy for this match?
Our strategy going in is just us and Ferrodermis. We're just going to focus on scoring as much fuel as possible. 99-91 B square. We're just going to have them pass fuel if they can, play a little bit of defense, and yeah, just go out there and do what we do.
No, that makes sense. Hey, good luck to 1732 and Alliance 2. Back to the desk.
And what a great effort it was, keeping 1732 and the second Alliance alive.
Yeah, and now we're going to be sending you guys away to the volunteer, or to find out who our Volunteer of the Year of MROC is.
Well, we've got our second finalist alliance here at MROC 2026. While both of those alliances are recharging their robots and making a pit stop before finals begins, we want to take a moment to thank all of our volunteers who helped make MROC possible year after year. Let's give a big round of applause for, first, your field volunteers, which includes your field resetters, your queuers, your scorekeepers, your FTAs, led by alumnus FTA Justin Cooper and field supervisor Dave Gottfried. We'd also like to give a round of applause for our pit volunteers, like our awesome safety glasses attendants, Shauna Deathloff and Sherry Gottfried. We have our AV production team, including our DJ, webcast technicians, camera operators, led by our AV director and first alumnus, Kenneth Matthew. And all of the rest of our volunteers working behind the scenes, like at our volunteer registration, led by our fabulous volunteer coordinator, first alumna, Sam Billito. Next, I would like to invite our MROC Planning Committee Chair, Abby Esmeyer, to the field to present our 2026 MROC Volunteer of the Year Award.
Afternoon, everyone. I hope you're having a good time here at MROC. If you didn't hear, my name is Abby Esmeyer, and I've had the distinct honor of being the Planning Committee Chair and the Event Manager here today. I want to extend a huge thank you for all of you for coming, for attending, for spectating, for volunteering. If you're a parent, for driving your kid here or bringing them to the high school. An event of this size takes a lot of time and effort, not only to put on, but to attend and to spectate. Now, we started MROC back in 2022, and recently I looked back on some of those pictures, and then I looked out here today, and I can't believe what changes we've made. Some of my favorite include the MROC Live Desk, all of our raffle baskets, expanding out our judging and our AV crew, and really bringing the premiere to Wisconsin's premier off-season event. Since MROC started, we've seen at this gym the Phantom Lakes Regional, and then last year, the Mukwonago District event. So instead of just having MROC, we've actually hosted 7 FRC competitions, something I did not see coming 5 years ago. But since we started MROC, our core goals and our core values have never changed. We want to give you, all of the teams competing, as good of an experience as we possibly can. We want judged awards, we want the AV experience, we want everything that we can give you for much, much less than a district event or regional. Every single year, we strive to bring new and exciting things. But my favorite thing that we've added is the MROC Planning Committee. Back in 2022 and 2023, it was the work of 2 or 3 people to do a lot of this. And that was a lot of work. But since then, we've added a whole crew of students and mentors and local people to help us plan and run MROC. It has taken a lot of work off of my shoulders, off of Brian and Greg's shoulders, and off the team. These people are here behind me, often in the black polos, but some of them are judging, some of them are on the AV crew, some of them are with the team competing still. And they have done an incredible work, and I would like to bring 2 of them out, actually, Amanda and Ellery, to help me give away the Volunteer of the Year award. Now, these 2 just graduated from Team 930. They've been on the MROC Planning Committee for 2 or 3 years now. And truthfully, guys, I don't know where we would be without them. Ellery has done an amazing job of coordinating all of our workshops, as well as the MROC Live Desk here today. Amanda is our team experience coordinator. If you were on the receiving end of any of her emails, you've probably at least communicated with her. She made sure all the teams paid, got email blasts, knew where they were going, where they were coming, and then today she stepped into Field Reset to fill an even bigger gap and try to keep us on schedule. They're my seniors. You guys have been such a great help. Truly, next year is going to be an interesting ride, but you guys have gone above and beyond every year to make sure that MROC is a success and Team 930 is a success. A round of applause for them again. Now, an event of this scale doesn't just rely on a dedicated planning committee. It survives and thrives off the back of an entire community of volunteers. 75 of them, in fact, here yesterday and today. That brings us to the Volunteer of the Year award. This year's recipient is someone who embodies the very spirit of dedication, working tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure everyone is supported and organized without ever asking for the spotlight. This individual has been an integral part of MROC since day one. They started out with concessions and quickly expanded their role into our massive raffle basket and volunteer food operations. Beyond MROC, they serve as a leader of our Bot Booster parent group, organizing all of the parent help here today and at every event Team 930 has hosted in the last 4 years. Just this weekend alone, they have been managing concessions and food after spending the last several weeks shopping, prepping, and organizing all of our parents. She has some of the most detailed spreadsheets I have ever seen. And by the end of the day tonight, she will have counted every dollar by hand that was brought in, all of the Venmos, and every single piece of money, and will have sent it out exactly to the team so we know how much we made before going to bed. Without her incredible heart and unmatched work, this event quite literally would not have happened, or at least none of us would be fed, which is arguably much more important. Please join me in congratulating the 2026 MROC Volunteer of the Year, Sherry Esmeyer. Congratulations again, Sherry. And to celebrate all of our volunteers, I would like to invite everyone up on the field for a volunteer photo.
Once again, thank you to all of our wonderful volunteers here. We're going to clear the field and get ready for our finals match 1. All right, folks, this is it, the start of our first finals match. We've got 6 teams up here, 2 alliances, Alliance 1 versus Alliance 2. Let's find out who we're going to be watching in this match, starting with our Alliance captains, 1306.
Coming from the BadgerBots Robotics Corporation in Middleton, Wisconsin, that's the BadgerBots.
They're going to be joined by their first pick teammates, 1714.
Hailing from St. Thomas More High School in Milwaukee, More Robotics.
And our third pick for this alliance is going to be team 11258.
A family community team from Middleton, Wisconsin. That's the Honey Badgers.
Alrighty, let's meet this Blue Alliance, Alliance 2, starting out with the captains. Alrighty, in the past 3 years, they have won 6 events, not including off-season events, and they are trying to win this competition for a 3rd year straight. Please give it up for 1732!
Hailing from Divine Savior Holy Angels and Marquette University High Schools from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Hilltopper Robotics.
In the middle station. The first pick of this alliance. They won this event back in 2022 and we're finalists in 2023. Please give it up for 6574!
Whitewater High School in Whitewater, Wisconsin, Ferrodermis.
Last team on this Blue Alliance. They, back in 2024, won the Judges Award here at MROC and 2025 Phantom Lakes Judges Award 2. Please give it up for 6643!
Proudly representing Walden 3 High School from Racine, Wisconsin, Walnuts and Bolts.
And on that alliance, the other team, please give it up for 9991 B Squared.
All right, both of our alliances are going to give each other the traditional finals handshake before we begin our finals match in the spirit of gracious professionalism. We would like to let everybody know that while you're waiting in between matches, we've got a 2-for-1 bake sale going on. A 2-for-1 bake sale. While we're waiting, hopefully everybody here has already picked their favorite alliance. I want to hear you cheer if you think it's going to be the Red Alliance who's going to be taking it in this first match.
Alrighty, not too bad. What about the Blue Alliance?
Ooh, Red Alliance. So you guys gonna let them be out? Are you gonna let yourselves be outdone with that cheering? Let's hear it again for the Red Alliance.
I know you guys got more in the tank. What about the Blue Alliance?
Sounds like we've got lots of supporters on both sides. This is going to be a stiff match with some high tension. How about another fun archaeology fact while we're waiting here? Did you know that one of the golden things that archaeologists look for is actually civilization's trash and garbage? Because while we have lots of written records about, the wealthier people and many of the leaders, trash and garbage often gives a better look at how the average citizen lived and what they valued. All right, while we wait for this issue to be sorted out, we are going to continue on with some of our awards ceremony. All right, the first award that we are going to be handing out here during this break is going to be our Breakthrough Award, presented by our local sponsor, Touchpad Electronics. This award recognizes a team who persevered through any challenge that the 2025 and 2026 season threw at them and rose to the first core values in the face of those obstacles. Their team environment has fostered growth of both the individuals and the team as a whole in their confidence and capabilities. Here is what our judges had to say about the winners of this award. Though small and mighty, this team formed an FTC team to enhance their recruitment. Their students lead their own team from budget all the way through build. They are always prepared for trouble. Bring it on and make it double. The Breakthrough Award goes to Team 3596 Rocket Robotics. Congratulations, 3596 Rocket Robotics. Just real quick housekeeping as we saw there. What we're going to do is you're going to come around, give all of our judges high fives, grab your award, and go over to the banner for a photograph for your MROC posters. The next award we are giving out is going to be our Business Excellence Award, presented by Touchpad Electronics. This award recognizes a team that expresses an entrepreneurial spirit, a comprehensive business plan to define, manage, and achieve the team's ongoing objectives, or they have established a recognizable social media presence in which they foster unity between the team, their sponsors, and their broader community. Here's what the judges had to say about the winner of this award. In a district that supports all 3 program levels, this team has a way to track their impact across the state. They are igniting their future with Lego motivation, improved trainings and outreach to hundreds of K through 12 students, and their earnest rookies shift to lead this team. Watch for them as they create new patterns. The Business Excellence Award goes to Team 1259, Paradigm Shift. Our next award that we will be handing out is the Engineering Design Award, presented by Matheson Manufacturing. This award celebrates a professional approach to the design process, intentional creativity that enhances play strategy, a balance between form, function, and aesthetics, or the machine's robustness in concept and fabrication. Here is what the judges had to say about the winner of the Engineering Design Award. This team was able to create a robot where vision met prestige craftsmanship. They were able to distinguish themselves with their disciplined design process, prototype, test, refine, repeated until the solution earned its place on the bot. Intelligently conceived, masterfully built, united around the table. The Engineering Design Award goes to 1792 Round Table Robotics. I hear that round table has some square chairs around it. Our next award is our Judges Award, presented by Milwaukee Tool. This award recognizes a team that the judging panel identified as having contributions both on and off the field, success during competition, or a team community that deserves acknowledgement. Here is what the judges had to say about the winners of this award. This team proved that you do not need fancy software to build something seriously cool. Through continuous trial and error, they turned a simple starting point into an innovative design entirely without CAD. This team kept experimenting until their kitbot was truly on the cutting edge. The Judges Award goes to Team 10909 Cutting Edge. We will make sure their award gets to them if there are no representatives around at the moment. Next up, we're going to present the Programming Award. This award celebrates the team that has demonstrated a professional approach to the software design process with reliable, high-performance autonomous robot operation, the ability to position itself and execute tasks, and an innovative control system or application of control components to provide unique machine functions. Here's what the judges had to say about the winners of the Programming Award. This team showed that great programming can make a robot see as though it has a mind of its own. By using light gates and automation, they created a robot that could react and operate with impressive consistency. With programming this fierce, it's no surprise this robot was unleashed by a true beast. The programming award goes to 2202 Beast Robotics. After those awards, we have one very special announcement. The winners of those 5 awards will each be receiving a $1,000 sponsorship from Touchpad Electronics. So let's give a huge round of applause to Touchpad Electronics for sponsoring those awards. Once again, we apologize for the delay. We're going to get to these finals matches as soon as we possibly can. As a reminder, we have that bake sale going on if you want those 2-for-1 baked goods. All right, looks like we're going to be starting this match in 3,
2,
1,
go!
All right, here we go. Long-awaited MROC Finals Match 1. It's going to be a 2v3. Unfortunately, 1732 surfing on fuel in the middle of the field. 1306 looking to make up for the missing 1714 partner. So far, they're doing a nice job. They've got 2 volleys of fuel up into that red hub. And as drivers step up, take the controls, red will have the advantage. We've got 2 blue robots up on fuel. Flying across the field is the Honey Badgers. They are now playing some mean defense on Ferrodermis. Here comes 65-74, pushing 1732 off that fuel. Nicely done. But Blue's hub is active, and there is not a blue robot in that zone. Here comes the Hilltoppers, but they've got an empty robot. Finally, the Hilltoppers able to make some shots in from that back corner, but here comes Badgerbots. They have filled up, and they are unloading into that hub. Despite Red being down a robot, they are up by over 60 points. Now facing some defense from 65-74. Looks like they've got a mangled intake. These are rough matches, folks. 1306 up on end. They are not able to contact the carpet. And now 1732 making their way over to the blue side of the field. They're unloading. Down by 80 points. We know that this high-powered robot has the potential to make up this gap, but they will need to execute perfectly. 10 more seconds remain. A steady stream of fuel coming in for Hilltoppers. Narrowing that gap now down to less than 40 points. As the red hub goes active, 1306 is still up in air. Their partners, the Honey Badgers, trying to get them unstuck to no avail. Walden Robotics, Ferrodermis pushing fuel in to the blue zone. Blue is trying to stockpile and prepare to make a comeback. They are down by 32 points here. As we enter the end game, here comes Hilltoppers. They are trying to make up this gap. Less than 10 points separating as we've got 20 seconds left. Honey Badgers still trying to free Badgerbots. Here comes 1732. They've taken the lead here with 10 seconds left. Walden, Ferrodermis pushing fuel in. Hilltoppers try to make every shot count as finals match 1 comes to an end. We had an exciting finish, folks. Let's wait for those final scores coming up. Red was down a robot, but up pretty late. Blue poured it on at the end. Who's it going to be? Blue Alliance takes match 1. 207 to 122. That will put Alliance 2 up 1 game to nothing. We're going to see if Alliance 1 can come back and force a 3rd rubber match, or if Alliance 2 will take home the victory when we get to finals match number 2.
Wow, what a match. Ryder, I'm speechless after that.
Me too, man. I mean, just so much going on. We're going to dive right into this one. So, obviously, prior to the match, you have the drama of 1714 not being able to make it out to the field. What are your thoughts on that?
This is a Badgerbots, 2 versus all of the 3 robots on Alliance 2. This is a 2v3. coming out the get-go, 1306, who has been dominant, hasn't lost a match yet today, the whole weekend, up until this match, taking on Hilltoppers, defending state champions, and Ferrodermis, consistently strong, and their defensive beast.
Well, let's talk about that Blue Alliance. So, right at the beginning of the match here, we can see Hilltoppers right in the middle, stuck in auto. They do not get freed in auto at all, so they lose in auto. What does that do? Well, we'll skip ahead here, and we'll see that Red jumps out to a very, very early lead. All right.
Sole contributions coming from 1306, up about 65 points coming out of auto.
65-74 jumps in, saves Hilltoppers, gets them unstuck. 65-74 having intake issues, it appeared this match. Not able to score, so now it is a 17-32 versus Badger for this blue shift.
And we see Ferrodermis jump onto Badgerbots playing defense, which is something we haven't seen from Ferrodermis yet this weekend.
Wild. Absolutely wild. So, as this match kind of progresses, right, Badger getting played defense on by Ferrodermis, still putting up a high score in that shift for themselves. We see Walden get stuck yet again up at the top here. So, with a lot of different moving elements, talk about getting beached.
Absolutely. I think we've seen this theme all weekend, but this is where the match ended for the Red Alliance. Unfortunate beaching right by the trench for 1306. Their partners, Honey Badgers, can't quite get a grip on them. They're a tall robot, so they can't come under the trench to provide that momentum. But if they come from the open end towards the drive station wall, they're going to slam 1306 kind of in that barrier between the trench and bump and cause more damage to their robot. There's not a good solution here.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw that, continue, and that was the finish to the match, right? 17-32, doing all the offense for Blue Alliance here. We do see Walden switch to offense as well, putting up some points, certainly giving the best opportunity.
Absolutely, and I think it's worth noting there that there were 35 seconds left. Blue Alliance only at 90 points. They end the match with over 200. That's right. Hilltoppers is able to score over 100 points in the last 30 seconds, which pulled them ahead.
Very, very great robot. But the field is ready for us, I believe.
Exactly, and this competition is not over. If the Red Alliance is able to win this next one, we go to a rubber match. Let's kick it back to the field for Finals 2.
Those were some lovely voices out in the crowd singing happy birthday. Thank you for that. right, we've got everybody on the field for our finals match number 2. In our last round, our number 2 alliance upset and managed to beat our number 1 alliance. Let's see if our number 1 alliance can hold on for that rubber match or if our number 2 alliance is going to go home with the crown. Let's start off by introducing our alliance number 1 over on the red with our team captains, 1306.
From Middleton, Wisconsin, BadgerBots.
They are joined by their first pick team, 1714.
Back in action with their robot Flint for Robotics.
And we have our third pick team, 11258.
Wrapping up their rookie season, that's the Honey Badgers from Middleton.
Alrighty, come on over to Alliance 2 on this blue alliance. They have 1 win in the bank, trying to cash in another win here. Start off with the captains, 1732.
Proudly representing Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Hilltopper Robotics.
Their first pick in the playoffs. Please give it up for 6574.
Driving the robot chief excavation officer, that's Farah Dermis.
Alrighty. On this last team on this blue alliance, it's gonna be 9991.
Out of Brookfield, Wisconsin, B Squared.
And their 4th robot not on the field right now, Walnuts and Bolts.
Remember to cheer for your favorite alliance. We heard lots of cheering earlier for those alliances. We're going to get started in 3,
2, 1,
go!
Here we go, finals 2. Blue took the first match. Red's going to try to force a rubber match. 17-14 back in action. They're firing fuel up. Their partners 1306 get hung up on the backside of the bump, but now making their way over the red bump. Meanwhile for Blue, 65-74 is up on fuel. Hilltoppers overshooting that hub. And as drivers step up and take the controls, Alliance 1 will have the advantage. We saw that in the first match. Blue came back strong at the end to win it. Now, we're going to see if Red can force that rubber match. Blue is active first. Here comes 1732 busting through the defense of the Honey Badgers. Their partners, Ferrodermis, trying to make it over that bump in order to get into a shooting position. Blue has taken the lead, but just by a few points. Ferrodermis trying to empty out that big hopper. But now, over on Red, 1714 and 1306 already locked and loaded. More Robotics filling up with all that fuel underneath the red tower. B Squared trying to nudge them off of their shooting spot. We've got Robot Carnage in the middle of the field as 1306 and Ferrodermis are tussling up. Looks like Ferrodermis may be playing a little bit of defense as 1713 raining in fuel from downtown way over the head of the defensive bot Honey Badgers. Now 1732 going back to the neutral zone to pick up more fuel, trying to navigate their way back into the blue zone, peeking that turret out underneath the blue trench, and now taking the lead back once more. We are within 15 points, but here comes the red active shift. 1714 throwing fuel in. 1306 looking to do the same. This is a rough match, folks. We've got bent robots all over the place. These robots have been through a lot at MROC. Who can withstand to the last moment? We are approaching the end game. More Robotics shooting from under that red trench. Just 20 points separate. Here comes 1732. We saw this last match. They poured it on strong at the end. 1714 deploying a blocker over Hilltoppers, deflecting that fuel. We are tied with 14 seconds left in this match. Hilltoppers now trying to consume all that fuel they've got stashed away. Less than 3 points, 17-14, making their way back for red. Hilltoppers trying to win it for blue. Hold on to your seats, folks. We are going to get our final score and see if we have a winner or a third match. All right, folks, we've got results of that match. Blue wants to win to be your champions. Red wants to win to force a rubber match. Less than 10 points separated these two alliances. Who's it going to be? Your Blue Alliance with a score of 185 to 177. Blue Alliance number 2 is going to be your 2026 MROC champions. Let's give a huge round of applause to our hard-fighting number 1 Alliance in red with their captains 1306 Badgerbots, their first pick 1714 More Robotics, and their second pick 11258 Honey Badgers. And let's give a huge congratulations to your 2026 MROC champions. Number 2 Alliance with their captains 1732 Hilltopper Robotics. Their first pick, 6574 Ferrodermis. Joined by 6643 Walnuts and Bolts and 9991 Beast Squared.
Congratulations to this year's MROC winners. The second seed alliance, Captain 1732 Hilltoppers. First pick, 6574 Ferrodermis. Second pick, 6643 Walnuts and Bolts. And backup bot, 9991 Beast Squared. Congratulations to our finalist alliance as well. 1306 Badger Bots, joined by 1714 More Robotics, with second bot of 11258. Congratulations to this year's MROC winners. Alliance 2, captained by 1732 Hilltoppers. First pick of 6574 Ferrodermis. 6643 Walnuts and Bolts. And backup bot 9991 Beast Squared. Also congratulations to our Alliance 1, who were the finalists. 1306 Badger Bots, joined by 1714 More Robotics, and rounding out that alliance is 11258 Honey Badgers. Ryder, we've had a great weekend here.
Yeah, I mean, what a match that was. Just a great effort from both alliances. Obviously, a couple robots going down for the Red Alliance kind of had an effect on them. Blue Alliance was able to squeak out the win there.
Absolutely. The second alliance has shown nothing but resilience through these finals, missing their captain in match 11, going down to the lower bracket, coming back to claw their way through, winning finals 2-0 across the two matches. No need for a tiebreaker. I think we have had a wonderful competition. It's been very competitive. What a wonderful showing by teams for this year's rebuilt season.
My name is Ryder.
My name's Andrew, signing off here at the MROC Live Desk. Thank you for joining us.
All right, it is time to bring our finalists and winners down for their awards, starting with our finalist alliance and team captains, 1306. Joining them as finalists in their first pick is Team 1714, More Robotics. And our third finalist team, 11258, the Honey Badgers. And finally, we have watched their performance all of this MROC tournament and at their previous competitions. We have our winning alliance consisting of starting team 1732, our number 2 seed team. Joining them as their first pick, it's 6574 Ferrodermis. The third member of our winning alliance is Team 6643, Walnuts and Bolts. And finally, our fourth team of our winning alliance, Team 9991, Beast Squared. Congratulations to all of our fantastic teams who came out and competed today at MROC. We thank you all for being a great audience today as well, bringing your gracious professionalism to this event and supporting the next generation of innovators and STEM leaders. And thank you to everyone else for making this an excellent competition, celebration, and first robotics competition season. We hope to see you all at some of our upcoming off-season events later this year. Thank you all for coming this weekend and have a safe trip home.